freedom. We pray for the tens of thousands of soldiers who are deployed all over the world and for their families' protection. We pray that you will protect those in today's race. A man once said that America was great because she is good, and if she ever ceased to be good, she would cease to be great. Help our nation be known for her goodness, and as we bless others, we ask that you bless North Carolina and the United States of America. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Her current duet with Brantley Gilbert, What Happens in a Small Town, is currently a top 10 hit and rising. Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Stony Creek recording artist and CMA Awards nominee, Lindsay Ell.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It is an elimination race. One driver who doesn't have to worry about it, Martin Truex Jr. He's won the first 2 races. Can he sweep the first round? We're about to find out.
It is time, race fans. The drivers are getting behind the wheel, getting in their car right now. It is a cutoff race today here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the Roval 400. As you can see, there's Eric Jones. He's getting suited up. He is in the zone. This is a big day for him. He is in a win-or-lose situation.
It was a beautiful day. The sun beat down. I had the radio on. I was driving. Trees flew by. Me and Del were singing. Little runaway. I was flying. Yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery. Going wherever it leads. Running down a dream. Yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Running down a dream. Oh, yeah, running down a dream.
NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series, the Bank of America Roval 400. Dave Burns, one driver in the playoffs, a must-win situation. Eric Jones.
Rick, his team is so far below the playoff cut line, they're not even worried about the line. They're worried about the circle, victory circle. And Eric Jones believes he can get there today from 15th starting position. He's just got to have a lot of things, and maybe a lot of things go wrong in front of him, Kelly.
Dave, for Alex Bowman, he enters this race just 2 points or 2 spots on track away from advancing to the next round of the playoffs. But he had his front row qualifying position vacated, sent to the back of the field when he had that crash in practice, which sent him into a backup car. To make matters worse, he's been under the weather. Alex told me he's certainly not 100% today, but he knows it's going to take everything he's got to make up that track position and ultimately those points today, Marty.
Kerry, Eric Almirola is just 3 points above the cut line, and he told me a moment ago, playoff-wise, even though we come into the Roval this year in a much worse position than we were last year, I'm a lot more comfortable. I know the track much better. I've vastly improved as a road course racer. If we can just not hurt ourselves today, I'm confident we'll be in a position to be able to make it to the next round. Let's get the Roval underway. Time to get the engines cranked at Charlotte.
And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome your Grand Marshals, the 2020 NASCAR Hall of Fame class.
1, 2, 3.
Drivers, start your engines!
Fired up. Okay, fired up. Fire in the hole when you're ready. Fired up when you're ready.
What an impressive 2020 class as well. Saw smoke. Coach, all a part of that. Bobby Labonte.
see it every day. Your competition. You know how they got here. They refuse to take the easy route. And they work that much harder every single day to keep that edge. They refuse to be average. You have it inside of you. You feel every emotion, excitement, courage, and even fear. Let it all push you to your highest level. Do the unexpected. Change where you need to change, and show the world you're not afraid to lead.
You are at NASCAR
To really be groundbreaking, it takes a lot more than just saying you're groundbreaking. To really be remembered, to truly be different, to be better, to be more than everyone else, you have to put in the work. You have to find out who you are, and then find a way to make sure the world knows too. And after all that, you have to be so great, over and over again, that when people hear your name, and when they see your face, they can't help but say to themselves, I'm never, ever seen anything like that. I'm from a family of groundbreakers. It's in our blood to set our own standard. For us, it all started right here, Charlotte, North Carolina. Flair country. This town has always been a great home for racing. And this track, yeah, well, it's groundbreaking. But even more than that, it gives these drivers a chance to be groundbreaking. For all of them, this time of the season, it's the best time of the season. When you have to risk more to get more. When you have to go faster to earn something you'll have forever. You can't settle. You can't go halfway. No, it's full throttle, pedal down, head on, straight to the finish. Because it's the only way people are gonna talk about you, gonna think about you, gonna remember you. Otherwise, what's the point? What's the point of competing, of racing, of living, if you're not trying to do it differently than anyone else before you? That's how a groundbreaker thinks. That's how a groundbreaker drives. That's how a groundbreaker lives. Now, which one of you is going to make sure the world knows who you are?
WWE superstar Charlotte Flair knows about taking risks. That's what these drivers will have to do, or potentially will have to risk it all. They've got to make it and advance into the second round of the playoffs. Let's take a look at the starting grid brought to you by Bank of America. Up front, 21-year-old William Byron was able to win the Bull Alex Bowman, both of those cars out of the Hendrick Motorsports stable.
Row 2, Jimmy Johnson, perhaps the most dangerous non-playoff driver in this field. Clint Boyer finished here third here last year and got points in both stages. Needs that again today.
Mentioned last year. How about Ryan Blaney, the winner of the Roval a year ago? He'll start inside row 5, see if he can get lightning to strike twice.
So back here in row 6, Brad Keselowski definitely on everybody's radar as one of the best. Eric Jones back here in row 8 has to win this race if he wants to advance. Move deeper through the field, you see Kyle Busch, always good whatever racetrack you go to.
Ricky Stenhouse learning he's not going back to Roush next year, racing for a job.
See row 12, 2 playoff drivers. That's deep in the field. You start talking about starting outside the top 20 is difficult anywhere. But here, these first laps, I expect craziness and chaos. These chicanes are very difficult. The infield's very difficult. There's just not a lot of safe places on the Roval.
Saw the Dillon brothers win a row together. A little bit further back here, Timmy Hill, Josh Bilicki, Smithley, Matt Tifft back in row 18. There's the field now all out on the Roval. The official pace car for today's Bank of America Roval 400 is the 2019 Toyota Camry. Guess who's behind the wheel?
I'm telling you, I'm impressed. Man.
Mario Andretti is taking care of the pace car duties in the drivers' meeting earlier today. Mario Andretti received a standing ovation from his peers, really. I mean, Steve, you mentioned it earlier, too. Really, in the United States, there's maybe a handful of racers that the second you say their name, you know they are the greatest of all time.
He's the patriarch of the Andretti family, right? When you hear Unsers, Andretti's, well, Andretti, Mario made it all famous. He's the guy, 111 wins. He's won all the big races in Europe, in the U.S. Now, I'm going to tell you, it might be like the King. He might need a black flag. I'm not sure that Mario's going to want to pull off. They're going to have to shut the Camry down to give him a pull off.
Saw Joseph Newgarden take the NTT IndyCar around this Roval the other day. I wonder if Mario Andretti would like to do that same thing. He takes the 2-seater around all the tracks that the IndyCar runs at. We also have another famous driver out there that we can communicate with. Yes, it's Joyride with Jeff, and he's got the Toyota NBC car out on the track. Jeff, you ready to take a lap?
Man, I am extremely ready to take a lap. I'm going to tell you before I start, though, I cannot believe how hot it is out here today. I mean, these drivers are going to be tested big time. This place is so treacherous, Rick. I couldn't even get anybody to ride with me this week. So let me show you what this racetrack's all about. First of all, this turn 1. I mean, it's a heavy left-hander all over these turtles. Now, as I climb up the hill into this lower section, I cannot see anything right here. Completely blind. Then downhill into this corner. How many people have we seen wrecked right here over the last 2 days? Now I'm into this turn 4, leads to this back straightaway. They'll use all of the racetrack all the way out into the grass. Now this corner, Jimmy Johnson backed her in over here. Denny Hamlin backed her in over here. I'm glad I didn't. Over here, right-hander, gotta stay this. Look, I can't see. Completely blind. Really tight left-hander. That is not a softball right there. And then an extremely tight turn. I mean, I cannot tell you how tight it is, how quick you get to that wall. Very tough. And then build speed. Wide open to this part of the racetrack. Coming to this area that's new. This new rear chicane. Got to brake really early. Downshift. Second gear. Down to first gear. Big curve. Another big curve. Hit this thing to use all the racetrack. Trying to run off here straight. I'm telling you guys, this place is so hard. And then remember this corner. Jimmy Johnson making something happen. Go in deep right here. So easy to get into trouble. So many people smoking a left front tire. Try to make this as straight as you can. But when you do it, oh no, I messed up. That right there is trouble. This is going to be a difficult race, guys.
He didn't stop. He's supposed to stop if you miss the chicane, too.
Penalty.
There's a penalty for that.
Yeah, penalize me, Rick. I don't care.
And by the way, did you notice it's almost 110 degrees? Saw a thermometer in there.
You know, I'd like to think he missed this on purpose to show us how, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think that's just how difficult it is.
Did you notice his voice went up an octave about halfway through that lap, too?
It did.
That was a tough
110
lap.
degrees in that car.
Yes.
110 degrees.
Yeah, he mentioned the heat right away. That's going to be something that the drivers are going to have to deal with as well. That was fun to be able to ride along with Jeff around this racetrack. And again, it's just the second race on this configuration, and even a little bit of a change has been made there. We see the temperature 94 degrees. These are record temperatures right now for Charlotte. I mean, we're at the end of September. It's almost October, and we're already seeing mid-90s for the temperature here.
And we're at a track where you use a lot of brakes. Those brake tips are going to be in the 1500 degree range, and that is going to cook inside the cockpit of the race car and really raise the temperature where those drivers are. Very dangerous.
There's the new chicane. As far as it's the same location, it's just been moved deeper into what would have been the infield. We're going to ride along with a few different drivers as well, give you a different perspective.
Yeah, we got Denny Hamlin here with the Coca-Cola cam. We have the 360 cam. We can move this thing around. The 95 car, Matt Benedetto with the Bank of America cam. He's going to be carrying a helmet cam. An amazing view to be able to get exactly that driver's eye view. 19 car Martin Truex Jr. is carrying the Toyota cam. He has a side panner and also a shifter camera where we can see how he's using that shifter and how many times he's shifting. We saw him make a mistake shifting in practice the other day. There it is, so we can see him hopefully mistake-free this afternoon. Kevin Harvick will be carrying the Jimmy John's cam. Often see Kevin with that side panner. He is having the side panner again today. And then Alex Bowman going to the back of the pack with that backup car. He's got the Nationwide cam, and he's got an interesting shot of his feet so we can see how he uses the throttle and the brakes. We'll watch that particularly in the infield part of the course where he's using sometimes both pedals at the same time. And we'll help you understand why he's doing that throughout the race.
All right, Steve, time now for the Subway Fresh Take. We saw Jeff Burton actually miss the chicane. Tell us what happens if you miss either the backstretch or the front stretch chicane.
Well, this 17-turn road course does have a chicane both here on the backstretch and on the front stretch. So on the backstretch chicane, if you do not go through the curbs as you're supposed to, you come over here on the front stretch, stop in the restart zone, and then continue. As long as you stop, that would be your only penalty. If you don't stop, you'll have to come down pit road. The same applies to the front stretch chicane. Remember the race a year ago, Jimmy Johnson spins out. Because of this spin, he doesn't go through the chicane properly, so he wants to accelerate. Right there in front of him, a few hundred feet is the race win, but he knows he has to stop, come to a complete stop, and then continue for that reason. He was not penalized. And to define going through a chicane, you basically see that red and white curbing. You have to have at least 2 tires on that. So if you could actually get all the way kind of over it, as long as the inside tires hit that curbing, that's through the chicane. If all 4 tires get outside either side of that curbs, you've missed the chicane, stop and continue. And NASCAR said, listen, we don't really care why you missed it. Backwards, if someone pushes you, it's going to be a very rare circumstance, if ever, that we allow you. So if I'm a crew chief, I'm telling my driver, if you missed it, just stop, take our penalty and continue.
Steve, would it surprise you if somebody missed the very first chicane they get to on the backstretch?
No, I put the over-under on yes. Guarantee someone's going to miss that chicane when they come in there too wide at speed.
And let's go to Rutledge Wood.
Rick, one of the terms a lot of people are going to hear today are curbs and turtles, sometimes even rumble strips. Let me show you the difference. The curbs, as Steve was just mentioning, are the red and white directional blocks that are ramped on one side, drop off on the other. They call them rumble strips because when you go over them, you hear ba 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 ba. That big blue mogul behind there, which is about 5 inches, that's what people are calling the turtles. When you hit one of those, it will literally launch one side of the car up, sometimes as much as a foot. You'll see drivers, you can kind of hit those a little bit, but we saw yesterday in the Xfinity race, that's where a lot of damage can happen. So curbs are the red and white, turtles are the big blue ones, but any way you hit them, they change the car, and what's happening, going to be a really exciting one to watch the race today, guys.
And Steve, let's give us the race breakdown now, the numbers for this race.
Well, we've talked about the difficulty of the racetrack. Well, it gets broken down, as always, a little over 2.2-mile road course, 109 laps, 17 corners, broken up into stages. The first and second stage, both 25 laps. Top 10 earn points at the end of those stages. Very important. In that final stage, 59 laps. Fuel window, 35 to 37 laps. And the most important part, the final race, the cut race. 16 playoff guys enter, 12 drivers still eligible for the playoffs when they leave.
William Byron in the 24, Jimmy Johnson in the 48. When they start or restart, they will not go through the chicane. They will come to the restart area. The start of the race about to get underway. Racing at the Roval again. Every single turn a challenge. We saw that last year. Turn 1 was even a challenge on the restart.
Great initial start for William Byron. Put some great distance between him and his teammate Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy trying to settle into second place ahead of Logano. A lot of cars getting off the racetrack back there. Looked like Daniel Suarez dropping a tire. It's a tough part of this racetrack, guys. Up this hill, blind corner, especially when you're behind cars. Imagine not being able to see over this hill, but also behind cars, not knowing where the asphalt goes.
Now back up onto the oval. Going through turns 1 and 2. Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Very narrow getting up onto that oval. You think it would open up onto the NASCAR oval, but it's very narrow. And here's the first trip into the newly designed rear chicane. Success at the front of the field. Everybody playing nice, give and take. A couple cars too wide. Well, they both made it.
Coming backwards. Sideways behind them. The 88 Alex Bowman gets turned around.
We have cars missing the chicane. We're going to have to see how NASCAR reference it. A little damage on the 88.
All right, he missed the chicane there. Drove through it.
There were 2 cars at least that went through. Now we've got another one smoking as they come into turn number 1. That was the 20 of Eric Jones.
And we got the 88 coming around to pit road. The 19 of Martin Truex Jr. has stopped on the front straightaway. He must have missed the backstretch chicane as well.
He did. It looked like he went to the right and chose not to go through, which is his prerogative. He, listen, stop and go sounds bad, but he might say, listen, my other option was hitting the spinning car of the 88, so I'm going to skip the chicane. 2 races this weekend, 2 times an incident in the chicane on lap 1.
And he started in the back of the pack. He's now 3rd from last, Kelly.
Yeah, now Alex Bowman has had to come to pit roads for some fresh Goodyear tires because he said he flat spotted that set. And that's exactly what his crew chief, Greg Ives, was worried about this opening lap. He didn't want anyone to get overexcited, including his driver, and make any mistakes early in this. This one's going to set him back from the get-go.
Junior, you talk about it. This 88 car would have started on the front row if he wouldn't have had that accident in the last few seconds of practice. Because of that, he's all the way back here in traffic. You're on board with Martin Truex Jr. The 88 goes to the bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah.
It just locks up and completely misjudges the speed of the cars in front of him. Basically spins himself out.
When there's so many cars trying to go into this chicane side by side, they all have to slow down much more He gets into the back. Austin Dillon gets into the left rear quarter panel of the 43 car. Bubba Wallace, he just didn't understand how much those cars were going to slow down and locked up the rear tires and spun himself out.
Did a nice job, or got lucky. I would say got lucky as the cars spin around them.
Bubba missed the chicane as well.
But he didn't stop. So I'm wondering if NASCAR is going to make him do a pass-through, because they had said, hey, it doesn't matter if you get hit, whatever. If you miss that chicane, you've got to come and serve your penalty.
Doesn't matter how you go through there. If you don't make the chicane.
So now the advantage that the 88 has, if there is one, is because of the length of this track, he's able to pit, repair the race car, and not lose a lap. Let's listen in to what the 88 has to say.
They're saying we still need to stop and go, at least the official up here, even though we pitted.
I think that's accurate. So the issue is the 88 missed the chicane and then came to pit road. NASCAR is letting them know that, listen, I know you came to pit road, but you still haven't served your penalty for missing the chicane. Well, listen to see if NASCAR sticks with that call or if they feel a trip down pit road is enough of a penalty. The big concern, though, is you see it on the bottom right, the track map. The 88 in the infield section, the leader of the race, the 24, is back on the back straightaway.
And Steve, NASCAR told us that they would be told once, and then if they didn't abide by that, they would do a pass-through penalty. So is that the next thing that will happen for Alex Bowman?
I would assume a pass-through penalty would be the next issue. We'll see. And you never know, if it took NASCAR time to communicate that, they may give him one more time through because he had come to pit road, but they're not going to let him ride around there and wait. He's going to have to make a decision.
And how about William Byron? Already 2 seconds on Jimmy Johnson. That's the gap between first and second. William Byron setting an amazing pace early in this race.
This is exactly what we saw out of William in Sonoma. I mean, he really surprised me there at that racetrack with his being able to go out in a high-pressure, tough racetrack and not make mistakes. There's so many mistakes to be made at Sonoma, so many turns, and he stretched and yarded the field. It was amazing. They got so many points early in that race. This is exactly what they're trying to do. The plan is going perfectly for these guys. Jack Canals trying to keep his driver out front, get them stage points early in this race. Only tough part about it for William Byron's fans is he's going to call this race to maximize points, not necessarily maximize his finishing position. Marty.
Hey, Junior, look at that gap. As you guys mentioned, that William Byron has already built up, and Chad Canals has already been on the radio saying, hey, I want you to take a deep breath. You've got a nice lead here. Let's make sure we save and conserve our tires. I asked William before the race, I said, do you feel like this is your best chance this year to get a win? He said, absolutely. I said, are you nervous? He said, no. Before the Coca-Cola 600, I was. I thought we had a chance to win that day. For some reason today, I'm calm. I feel good about it, very confident inside that 24 car with a nice lead here early on.
And as Marty talks about it, take a deep breath. But Steve, I'm asking you as a strategist in this race, he finished in the other 2 road course races, 19th and 21st, but they ran a different strategy. They were working only to get points in those races. Can he run it differently because of how he's running up front now?
William Byron's goal is to leave the Roval still in the playoffs. Chad Canals knows that. As much as they want to win a race, the goal is to advance. You take the points available. So to try to win the race, you would want to pit before the end of the stage. William Byron will not. He will run to the end of the stage. If it runs green and he stays in the lead, that'll be 10 guaranteed points. They're in his bucket. They can't take him away. We've seen chaos already. You don't know how the second half of this race is going to go. So that's what I think makes this race so great as a cut race is the priorities to all the drivers within the playoff field. So right here, we're going to see the 43 to the right of the spinning 88. You're going to see he gets loose, almost wrecks himself, and then surprising to me, very clear he misses the chicane. He absolutely misses that curb right there. And even though he missed the accident, that's not excuse enough. The 43 will have to serve a penalty. You heard right here, a pass through. Let's go back and review the rule. If you miss a chicane, you have the option to stop. But you have to do it the next lap, Junior. You can't ride 3 laps. Because the 43 didn't stop, now the penalty has gone from a simple stop to a pass-through. So now the 43 comes down pit road speed. He's going to have to do it. The 88 as well. The concern for the 88, he's already been on pit road once. We'll have to see if he can save a lap. But, Rick, a lot of people don't like this rule. I'm the opposite.
It's clear.
As black and white as you can make it. If I'm a race car driver today, Junior, I'm going to tell you, buddy, if you miss a curve, I don't care why. Stop. Just pay the penalty. It'll be the least amount of penalty, and we'll try to race from there.
I wish all the rules were this easy. Don't break it.
Don't break that rule. And right now, take a deep breath. That's what Chad Knaus told race leader William Byron. Laps still to go in the first stage. Monster Energy Cup Series racing from the Charlotte Roval. Aerial coverage brought to you by the Mullen Kiatu K50 electric automobile. What a beautiful sight that is, looking down on Charlotte Roval. Out front, it's still William Byron, and Alex Bowman has had to come to pit road twice, and he's still on the lead lap, Steve.
Came to pit road after the spin because he had flat spotted his tires, then had to serve a penalty. You saw the distance right there. Basically 5, 6, 7 seconds. A little bit of the infield section. Ahead of his teammate William Byron, and still in the lead lap, Bill.
Yeah, keeping an eye on these guys who are having to stop for missing the back stretch or the front stretch chicane. The 19-car Martin Truex Jr. had to stop to serve a penalty as well for a second time now. That's kept him in 27th position.
I love this shot right here. You see the car on the bottom. Alex doing work on the upper left, and then how about his feet on the bottom right? You can see right here, wide open throttle as he climbs the banking. And this is going to head into the backstretch chicane. Watch how busy his feet get during the downshifting and the braking into the chicane.
Yeah, let's see if he pumps that pedal. He pumps the brake pedal to get it up, get that pressure good and hard so he knows exactly how much brakes he has down into this very tricky braking zone.
Daly taps the gas because that matches the RPM so he can downshift without using the clutch. His left foot never goes to the clutch. Now back around to the front stretch chicane.
Yes, so he'll be on the brake and also revving the motor up to be able to drop it into the next gear, the lower gear. In the brakes, popping the gas, dropping downshifts. And if you don't bring them revs up high enough and get it into the gear, that's how we induce wheel hopping. So if you see guys wheel hopping, they've downshifted, they've revved the motor too high, got the gear too high.
So that was all about shifting. Now we're in the infield section, second gear the whole way. So his hands won't come off the wheel, but look how busy his feet are, Rick. Very little wide open throttle, a lot of part throttle, and Dale, you mentioned earlier, actually on both pedals, so brake and gas at the same time.
Yeah, I'd never heard of people using the braking the gas at the same time until somebody was telling me that was something Michael Schumacher was very common doing in F1. Great battle right here.
Paul Menard.
Yeah.
Yep. Brad Keselowski in the 2 just behind him, and those two fighting for the 9th position. Menard has it right now.
Brad a little bit quicker, probably about 3/10 quicker the last lap. Brad closing in on the back of this 21 Wood Brothers car. Paul going to be moving out of that car at the end of the year, trying to have a lot of fun. He's a great road course racer. Had some of his best runs on road courses. Marty.
Hey, Junior, a lot of people in the garage area agreed with you. You said Brad Keselowski, the guy to watch today, and many people said he was the favorite here. When I talked to Paul Wolf this morning, he said, you got to remember, last year here, we wrecked 2 race cars. They wrecked one Friday in practice, then wrecked the primary at the very end of the race. He said, so Brad took a different approach to practice this week, slowly working his way into it. He said, honestly, I don't think he was 100% until final practice, that happy hour session. They really had a quick car, showing it so far, trying to get 9th from his corporate teammate Paul Menard right here.
And he put the pressure on him in that braking zone, way deeper in the braking zone than the 21 car. Now he's side by side on the outside, coming around NASCAR 3 and 4.
So now what does the 21 do? Is he just
gonna let it go?
Position? I like that. Listen, there's 99 laps to go. Let's not drive into this front stretch chicane.
Yeah, you don't want to be too wide going in there. We saw how that didn't work out so well a year ago.
Well, so Junior, we talk about how difficult this track is. Martin Truex Jr. has won 3 of the last 6 road course races, about 1 a year ago, and this is his 2nd trip into the chicane. No spin, no issue, just wheel hops. Misses the chicane. Because of that, he has to have a penalty on the front stretch again.
He was a little upset about that. He's either a little bit too late in that downshift, or he didn't get the revs high enough for first gear. So when he went into first gear, the rear end just starts hopping because you didn't raise the revs of the motor high enough to get into that gear.
You just have to wonder if he's comfortable with that shift. Remember the last time this car was on the racetrack, he blew up the engine from a missed shift. He went into second, went to the wrong gear, and it broke the engine. So I don't know if he's just not comfortable with the 19. Marty.
And remember, that's the exact spot where he made that missed shift in practice yesterday. They did not get final practice in this 19 car, starting at the back, as you're right on board with Martin Truex Jr. And there's another thing to add to this, other than these missed the back chicane twice. They also are having radio issues. Listen.
Check here, Martin. We're struggling in here. You got me? I got you. 10-4. Just want to be sure.
So before that, the radio was, quote, squelchy. They couldn't quite hear Martin on the backstretch. I'm sure that's annoying as a driver, Junior, when the team can't quite hear you as clear as they would like.
Yeah, and that's only adds to the frustration of the weekend. Starting in the rear, missing the chicane a couple times. Frustrations inside that 19 car really, really high.
On board with Kevin Harvick as he works on Joey Logano. This will be for the 3rd position. Logano currently in 3rd, Harvick in 4th. The infield's just a tough spot to try to make a pass. If you're Kevin Harvick right here, I think you're trying to get to a position where you can carry more momentum through turn 8 back onto the NASCAR portion, turns 1 and 2 of the oval, to try to carry momentum into the backstretch. See, he's going to time it right here. Try to get on the gas before the 22.
Yeah, you want to be gaining on that exit right there so it continues to gain as they go through the gears and puts you in position to challenge in the braking zone coming up on that back straightaway chicane. I think that the only thing you really want to focus on doing in the infield part of the track is hassling somebody, aggravating them, getting on their bumper, getting in their mirror, and forcing them into make a mistake.
And that's one thing that Kevin Harvick can do, because he knows that he's advancing into the 2nd round already, has enough points. He will advance into that 2nd round. It has already been a problem for multiple cars, including Daniel Hemrick. Hey, he misses the backstretch chicane as well.
Grab an ice cold Coke and buckle up. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
And it's the Charlotte Roval as we see Denny Hamlin making his way around the Roval. You can go inside the headset with access to NASCAR Scanner all weekend long. Listen in on the pit strategy, which is going to become very important here soon. Spotter communication. Visit NASCAR.com/scanner for all of that. You see the spotters up there on top with the press box.
Those spotters are going to be important. Junior, you just talked about this infield section, right? Harass the car in front of you, get close. I think it's really important for the spotter to kind of set the tone. Look, is he looking to make a move, or is he just back there kind of bothering you for the position?
Yeah, you can see 4-car has changed positions with Logano coming out of the back straightaway chicane. He was hounding that 22. Watch this here. 22 a little bit loose in the entry of the chicane. Puts him in a bad situation, losing a little ground, a little momentum in the 4. Harvick says, hey, I'm taking his spot. 22 tried to block him there a little bit. Harvick wasn't willing to give up that momentum that he had. Great race. Kelly.
Yeah, and Rodney Childers, the crew chief on that number 4 car, felt pretty comfortable with the equipment they brought here today. He said they showed some good speed in practice, and that was all while Kevin Harvick simply wasn't pushing it very hard. He was more focused on just running good, steady lap times and taking care of equipment, which he did a good job for. Remember, Harvick entered this race already advanced into the round of 12, so really not much to lose, but they told me they're still focused on regular season points. They don't want to give up all those stage points in case they don't make it to the championship 4. They said it's still valuable to be collecting all these points they can along the way.
Yeah, playoff points will carry with you all the way through the playoffs from round to round to round.
What she's saying right there is if you don't advance, you can put Pat in this bucket. You know, other than the 4 that race at Miami, those other guys are all racing whether you're 5th or 7th or 9th in points. And I wouldn't even have thought of that. I'm so focused on the championship, I wouldn't have thought about regular season points.
And so it's still William Byron out front. He has a 5.7-second lead. Now up in the booth, Jeff Burton has joined us once again after the joyride. And it seemed like it was a joyride down there, Jeff. You seemed like you were having some fun other than the heat.
There's no fun out there, man. That place is so hard. It's just shocking to me how difficult this racetrack is. And I think right now, early in this race, we're seeing drivers just race the track. Be very respectful. I saw some mistakes on that first lap, but other than that, everybody's been pretty calm, pretty tame. But as this race moves on, they're not going to be afforded to do that. You're going to have to push the issue, and with that, we'll see more mistakes.
Under 10 laps to go now in this first stage. For some updates, let's go back to Kelly.
And you see Kyle Larson there in the 42 car trying to track down Joey Logano ahead of him. Well, entering this race, Kyle Larson had a 25-point margin above the cut line, and that might seem comfortable, but his crew chief, Chad Johnson, told me that leaves them with no margin for error. Remember, a year ago, they advanced by a single solitary point, and Johnson kind of blamed himself for the strategy because they didn't collect any many stage 2 points. So this time around, they want to collect as many points as they can in stages 1 and 2, hopefully lock themselves in, and at that point in the final stage, they'll give them the go-ahead to really race for the win, Dave.
Clint Boyer started below the cut line by 4 points. The good news, he had a really good qualifying effort starting 5th on the day, but he's got to watch what everyone else is doing to try to gain the points. Listen.
I know the 24 is not going to pit to end the stage. Do you think the 2 to 3 behind him will? My gut tells me everybody's going to take their points today.
And that's the problem. If he only moves up 1, then he only gets that extra stage point. He needs as many guys to get out of the way in front of him as possible at the end of this stage. Marty, I don't know if that's going to happen.
Hey, Dave, remember when the playoff field was set at Indianapolis? Ryan Newman with some late race heroics to pull it off and get himself in the 2019 playoffs. He told me today, probably going to need some more heroics like that. He said, I'm not sure we have the car or honestly the driver to be able to do it today, but they have shown a propensity to be able to pull it off. Right now, just +6, as you see on the left-hand side of your screen, above that cut line. We're going to have to watch those points all afternoon long, Rick.
Yeah, and they're going to get shuffled around as each stage ends.
They are. So with 8 laps to go, just understand the strategy to win the race would be to come to pit road before the end of the stage, provide service to your race car, come back on the racetrack, because then after the stage end, people pit and you go back in front of them. But it's all about those points. So William Byron, the leader, playoff car, he will probably stay on the racetrack, but Jimmy Johnson is 2nd. I assume he will go ahead and pit and work the strategy. The question is, all the way down around 10th, 12th, will Almirola stay out? Will he pit? The decision to be made here in the next 4 or 5 laps. pressure on the racetrack and on the pit wall.
Rutledge Wood told us about them. The Turtles, look at that, almost a foot off the ground, the right side tires. Caution has just come out on the track. We see the 47 a little bit slow. There's Ryan Preece trying to get back up to speed. Had a little trouble with the back chicane. And so Steve now with 6 laps to go. A caution comes out.
On the roof of the 19 car, Mark Truex Jr., we're going to see what happened. This wheel hops in there and spins out. Interesting.
All good. It's just you're going so fast and you get those rear wheels hopping, you just cannot get it slowed down. It's just, we've seen it all weekend long. It's going to continue to be a problem as these brakes get hotter and hotter. It's going to get worse and worse getting into that corner.
So Steve, I mentioned now strategy. We have a caution coming out with 6 to go in the stage. We know that there were going to be drivers coming before the end of the stage. This might be an opportunity, but at a road course, you always want to hit under green to have an advantage. Bluff City Law is one of the most inspiring shows of the new fall season. Jimmy Smits and Caitlin McGee, they star in Bluff City Law, all new tomorrow on NBC. All right, Steve, we mentioned strategy.
You mentioned before we went to commercial there, what's the decision? We talked about guys wanting to pit before the end of the stage, and you were right. You would prefer to do that under green, but now that the yellow's out, you still have to kind of stick with your strategy. So William Byron, I expect to stay on the racetrack because he has to try to get those all-important points, but right behind him, Kevin Harvick has advanced to the round of 12. He's locked in. Jimmy Johnson, it's winner only. I expect them to come up pit road. It gets much more difficult for cars like Keselowski in 10th, Almirola in 12th, Kurt Busch in 15th. What's the path for points for Kurt Busch? Stay on the racetrack and try to get a good restart, or come get some fresh tires? Well, it's decision time. Pit road is open, and we're going to instantly see who wants points and who wants tires.
Those staying out, they want those points, but quite a few are making their way onto pit road. Dave.
Jimmy Johnson gives up a good running spot right now to take on 4 Goodyear tires in Sunoco fuel. He called the balance respectable. It lacks some rear grip, but it's not lacking front grip at all, and that is a very good thing. Kelly?
And that's Kevin Harvick in the 4 car. He gave up the 3rd position to come to pit road. Haven't really heard Kevin say much about his car. He certainly looks fast. It's 4 Goodyear tires for Kevin, Marty.
Ryan Newman, we talked about him being right on the cut line, Kelly. They come to pit road here. He said, I'm being fairly conservative, long time there to get that right rear off, but I'm way too loose off the corner. So they make an air pressure adjustment, trying to tighten him up. They're going to lose some positions here. Martin Truex Jr. also kind of saying, hey, we'll come down as well. Their car too tight.
Harvick won the race off pit road. Quite a few stayed out on the track. The top 13 all stayed out, just over 6 rows, 2 by 2. They'll be on the older tires. They stayed out wanting points at the end of this stage. It'll be coming up on 3 laps to go in the end of stage 1. Pace car has made its way off the track. William Byron and Kyle Larson getting ready to barrel into the Tums Heartburn turn in turn 1.
Oh, we got a car getting in the bay. We got spinning cars.
Sliding into the Heartburn turn. Eric Jones is around. Alex Bowman is involved. The 48 of Jimmy Johnson had to stop. The 11, Denny Hamlin also there.
Oh, Alex Bowman, he had restarted 10th there because they did not pit. He was in line to get some stage points and got in that wreck. A 5th will start for this team.
Man, while this restart was happening, there's a car stopped over in turn 3 on the apron, and I thought NASCAR might abort the restart, but And some of the drivers probably wish they had.
There's Ross Chastain. The 15 car stopped.
Yeah, he's sitting over on the turn 3 apron. Now let's see the restart. See how all this carnage started happening here. Somebody got in the back, I think, of Jimmy Johnson. Maybe even started beyond that.
It's the problem back here. They start slowing down. And you see right there, Kurt Busch in the back of Buescher. Then Buescher got in the back of 48, and then it just started from there. Keep in mind on this restart, this is probably the only racetrack all year long where they drive into turn 1 going faster on a restart than they do under a regular lap because you don't run the chicane. So the braking zone is completely different than it would be under a green flag lap.
It's foreign to them.
Yes.
Because they don't do it, during green flag laps. So when they get into this part of the racetrack going faster than they've been all day long, a lot of guys misjudge who's going to brake, how much they're going to brake. It's not that Kurt made a mistake. He just didn't think everybody was going to stop that soon.
Same as this is no different than on the interstate. They start slowing down in front of you, and then it just bottlenecks up. It's no different. Just not anticipating when people are going to start slowing down.
Yeah. That little bit of contact with that 37 car. It's like dominoes.
Wow, it's Bowman. Knows he's in trouble right here.
Hold on to it, lock it down.
Made a little contact with the back of the car, but I'm more worried about that 20 of Eric Jones. He made contact with the left front to the tire barrier. See what Denny does here. I don't think he had any contact with anybody. Maybe a little banging around a little bit there, but pretty lucky with not hitting his tires very hard, keeping the front steering and everything intact.
Back it up if you can.
So, guys, we saw the caution before this come out. Disappointment on the 24's radio because they had about an 8-second lead. They were feeling pretty good, and Chad Knaus knows how tough these restarts are. We just saw it. Well, look at the 24. He's no longer in first. He got passed by Larson and Boyer on this restart. So I mentioned the radio. Let's listen in to what Chad Knaus had to say. A caution to go.
Damn sure didn't need that. The hell they throw a caution for it? Yeah, I mean, the guy never even stopped and they throw a caution.
So Chad's disappointment is the decision to put the yellow out for the 47, and I can see his disappointment. 47's in the paint. Doesn't feel like it's an issue. The reason that matters is because if we come now to this latest restart, we locked the accident in the back of the field, but the 24 William Byron lost 2 positions, Dave.
20 on pit road now for Eric Jones. He radioed immediately, said, I slapped the left front pretty good against the tire barrier there, but I think it's mostly cosmetic. The cosmetic, though, needs to get pulled away from that left front Goodyear tire, though, to make sure it doesn't rub. They went ahead and pitted even though the pits were closed.
Pits close, under 2 laps to go, and this is how the last restart went. Unleash the Beast. And by Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Well, tonight, Sunday Night Football from the Big Easy. Dak Prescott and those undefeated Cowboys are going to visit Alvin Kamara and the 2-1 Saints. Coverage beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern with Football Night in America, only on NBC.
So we covered all the wrecking on the restart, but William Byron had the lead and had a very big lead till this restart. You can see there's William Byron on the inside, Kyle Larson on the outside. Kyle Larson with a really good launch on the restart and then drives into turn one, gets a big arc into the corner. William kind of pinched his off, and that allowed Kyle Larson to get the lead. We thought Boyard actually got by him as well, but the caution came out before Boyard got by him, so Byron actually is in second, not in third. But a great job by Larson using all of that racetrack to make the exit of turn one better.
If you watched the Xfinity race yesterday, A.J. Allmendinger would restart the same way William Byron did, but move to the right to get that turn and that angle for that turn one on the inside, and that's something that Byron needed to do there.
You see this is the final lap. We also saw the drivers involved in the incident. Let's go to Kelly.
Yeah, and just when Alex Bowman had gotten a break, was back up into the top 10, he was involved in that. And when the team asked him how hard he hit, he said pretty hard, but they think he hit the barrier pretty square on. So they think there is some damage, but crew chief Greg Ives said they're only going to repair anything that will prevent the tires from coming on and off. They've kept him out there until pit road is open. But obviously this just gives up all that track position that he had gained by staying out while others pitted under the previous caution.
Huge disappointment for Eric Jones having to go to the garage. Came in this race in a must-win situation. He's got to be devastated. First two races of the playoffs ran very well and just didn't work out for him.
What a round. Yeah. Round of 16 has not been good to Eric Jones.
Yeah, it will be a tough day for Eric Jones. Remember, there's still three others that don't want to have the same fate. They want to make sure that they advance to the round of 12, that second round of the playoffs. Right now, Eric Jones not looking good. Three others still fighting for their life. Stage 1 complete. Kyle Larson has won Stage 1 of the NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series Bank of America Roval 400. So a little bit of celebration taking place there, but you can't celebrate too early because you got to come to pit road, Dave.
And Clint Boyer on pit road now, and they will change 4 tires and make a chassis adjustment on there. Clint wasn't all that unhappy with his car. He is happy they've gotten good stage points here, Kelly.
Just like a year ago, Kyle Larson is the winner of Stage 1. He says that his car is a little bit tight on the exit of 1, which carries to the entry of 2. 4 Goodyear tires, Marty.
Caddy Canals told William Byron, good job there. You gained 9 points. He said 10-4. I learned, meaning on that restart, he learned what not to do with Kyle Larson getting the lead. He was very happy with the car, obviously led 21 laps and wins the race off of pit road of those who pitted. Several, Rick, did not pit.
A little bit surprising there. Some strategy played there by the Penske teams.
Yeah, it seems like something they've definitely worked on. The 2 and the 22 stay on the racetrack.
Hey, Rod, presented by Toyota. Where are you, Rutledge?
Rick, I'm down here on pit road. I caught up with Hall of Fame inductee and the Grand Marshal, Coach Joe Gibbs. Joe, it seemed like a real heartbreaker there. Coach, what happened with the 20 car?
Yeah, the very first wreck really wasn't, Eric didn't have anything to do with it, but got shoved into it and punched a hole on the radiator. And I hate it for Toyota, I hate it for Craftsman and Stanley. It's just a heartbreak when you go through all this and get here. Eric, 2 years in a row, makes the chase and had things happen that were out of his control.
It's crazy. See, in your experience, can you think of a harder track for drivers than this Roval?
No, I think this is a real challenge. Yesterday in Xfinity, it was a wild race with a lot happening. I think we're headed for the same thing today. I think the fans are in for a treat from this. If you like action, you're probably going to get it here.
Good luck today, Coach.
All right, thank you.
Guys, still got 3 more fighters in there. Let's see what happens.
And Rutledge, remember, you can call him Hall of Famer, too. He'll be inducted into the Hall of Fame, one of those that gave the command earlier. All right, Steve, so with the finish of the first stage, that now adds some names in yellow that will advance to the second round.
Well, unfortunately for Eric Jones at the bottom, we can put his name in red because the 64 points and in the garage, he's not going to advance. So basically, the top 6 are now advanced, locked in. It's Chase Elliott to Kurt Busch, 7th to 15th. It's a points battle. It's all about positions on the racetrack. And when you talk about positions on the racetrack, the 42 is going to have a little bit of trouble. We're hearing they have a penalty for pitting outside the box. Is that what we're hearing?
Pitting outside the box.
So we're going to see right here, the gas man's plugged in. They're taping on the front. You can't be working on the car.
Oh, yeah.
And he's trying to get tape off the front of the car. I guess NASCAR is going to consider that working, which is fair. He's trying to provide work as the car leaves the front line. So
that's a huge penalty.
That is a big penalty because that's a lap.
Yes,
that's a lap. He's going to have to come down pit road and give a lap back.
That's like the worst penalty you can have almost on pit road, Marty.
The 2 Team Penske cars up front. The key part, they just locked themselves into the next round. So both Paul Wolfe and Todd Gordon playing a little strategy for Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski. The theory here, Steve, they'll stay out until about lap 38 or so. That's when they'll come down pit road. Then they'll come down pit road at lap 68 or so and try and do this race on 2 stops. Hey, you're locked into the next round. Why not?
Well, throw caution to the wind as the field now approaching the Geico restart zone. Again, it's Penske drivers, Logano and Keselowski side by side. Here comes the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Has a preferred line on the inside of the 2 of Keselowski. 3 wide through Heartburn turn.
This is going to be the struggle for those 2 Penske cars. I understand what they're trying to do, all about track position. But drivers, I know tires aren't as valuable here as perhaps Sonoma, but I still think they matter. They're really far behind on tires. It's going to be hard to hold all these other cars off.
Yeah, what I saw in the Xfinity race yesterday, they did make a difference, especially later in the run on older tires. Restarts, they seem to take off okay, but as the run went on, they seem to fall off. Let's see if they do the same thing today.
Marty says they'll maybe go around another 10 laps before they'll come to pit road. Can they hang? How far will they fall in 10 laps? Can they fall outside the top 10?
Joey Logano has clean air. He's going to feel good about it. I'm worried about Brad Keselowski, who's already back to 3rd. Because as you get past, the farther you go back, the air becomes more and more difficult to manage. We see that always gets nervous early after a restart, heading into the backstretch chicane. Good at the front of the field. Let's see the back. They're getting better as the race progresses.
Getting better. Logano up front. Harvick all over his back bumper. Keselowski, Chase Elliott, Daniel Suarez in the top 5. Paul Menard also up there in 6. Kyle Busch, Michael McDowell in the 34, currently running 8th in the top 10. What an amazing story Michael McDowell has been this weekend. You see him getting ready to go into Heartburn Turn, that 34. Michael McDowell on Friday morning showed up to the racetrack and was having severe abdominal pains, and actually his back was hurting. Couldn't figure out what it was. It got so bad that he had to go to the emergency room. And while he was there, he found out that he had kidney stones that were the problem. Well, Friday morning, he passed the kidney stones, came back to the racetrack, and Friday afternoon, he qualified that car. Think about how tough that is.
I don't have to think about it. Way tougher than me, and I wouldn't do it. Michael McDowell gets the Tough Man Award for sure. It's been a tough week for the driver behind Michael McDowell. The driver of the 17, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., found out on Wednesday that his long-time relationship with Jack Roush and Roush Fenway would be coming to an end at the end of the 2019 season. It was announced that Chris Buescher will be driving the 17 starting in 2020. So, and it was emotional. We didn't see Ricky Stenhouse or hear from Ricky Stenhouse until Friday after qualifying, where he addressed this, and you can tell that a little choked up at times. Worked with Jack Roush for a long time. I think he almost feels like a family member to him, and sometimes the business of racing can be very tough.
You use the word emotional, and the business of racing can be very tough, especially for the driver of the 20, Eric Jones. He's with Dave.
Yeah, but he went to the infield care center just for a check over there. But just like that, Eric, your playoffs are over. What are the emotions?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, we just had 3 really bad weeks, and some of our own doing today, not really of our own doing, but you know, it's racing. We've got really fast cars. You know, I know we can probably go out and win some more races this year, which is, I guess, a consolation prize. You know, I'd love to be moving forward here and challenging for the championship. I thought we could have went pretty deep this year, but it's just the nature of the playoffs. You know, the Craftsman Camry, we were struggling today here early on, but, you know, we were going to fight all day, and unfortunately we didn't get that opportunity. So we'll keep racing all year, and, you know, next year come back and improve on what we can.
And Rick, I don't think we can overlook just how much this team did in the last month, and including the driver in the last 2 races. Remember, it was the car that let them down. Eric Jones really did his job.
Yeah, we just saw a good pass there by Chase Elliott. Elliott able to get by Harvick for that 2nd position. And, you know, going back, though, to Eric Jones, it was after his win late in the season when he was confirmed that he'd be coming back to Joe Gibbs Racing. I think a lot of people were wondering, okay, will that seat be vacated and then will Christopher Bell take over? But I think the security of getting his contract extended made it a little easier for Eric Jones starting the playoffs.
Chase Elliott is carving this racetrack up right now. That was an impressive pass in the infield, exiting the infield where we've not seen a pass be made on Kevin Harvick, a very fast race car. Now he's closed in on the back of this leader, Joe Logano. Man, that 9 has got a lot of speed.
He's flying. He's just so much faster. He's going to poke out right here, show Logano he wants it, put Logano in a position where he's got to make a decision. No fight. This 9 car is just stuck to the racetrack.
Bank of America laps from above, giving you this opportunity to see that change of lead. Elliott taking advantage of those 4 tires, Marty.
And Joey Logano being reminded by Todd Gordon, he's been loose this entire run, loose on exit, and it kind of gets worse the longer they run. You can see that coming to fruition right here. Chase Elliott already by, Kevin Harvick trying to get 2nd, Kelly.
Yeah, as you said, Chase Elliott now running up front. His crew chief, Alan Gustafson, had a lot of confidence when I talked to him this morning. He said Friday was sort of a disaster for this team. Chase was not happy, but he said Chase is a calculated driver, and he didn't really have a good game plan for the track. But he came back Saturday with that game plan, and Alan said he was motivated. And when he's motivated, Alan thinks he's capable of anything, including winning this race. And a great move there to grab the lead.
So Chase Elliott out front now. He's starting to expand that lead. Logano running 2nd. He's 1.2 seconds back, but Logano now has problem of the 4. Kevin Harvick able to get by him as they went through Heartburn Turn.
You see this battle right here, this 2 car holding up these cars. He's got a problem, and we know why. Watch this right here. Big lockup on the right front. Coming into that braking zone on the front straightaway chicane. He's really got these guys held up here with that flat spotted right front.
And cars continuing to freight train by, the two of Brad Keselowski. That strategy that they want to employ, he's still about 6 laps away from coming in.
Yeah, he needs to take care of that right front tire, sliding it that long, put a big flat spot on it. It could blow that tire out. He's got to get more laps on it, really taking a huge risk there. And you can see the pace isn't there. He's got an issue, I believe, with that car. Got a tire issue, maybe coming to pit road sooner than before. Here he comes.
And that's on that the banking of the racetrack. That's where he really had to watch his speed, because at that high speed, that's where that flat spot could really blow that tire out. So very smart by Keselowski, just recognizing the problem, trying not to make a bad situation worse. Cannot be in denial in this situation. Accept it and get it fixed.
We heard coming this time, so now he'll make the left-hand turn, get on to pit road, as opposed to going through the chicane, Marty.
They just couldn't deal with that flat spotted tire any longer. This might throw out the window the strategy they were going for. Lap 32, probably too early to make it connect to the end of the race. Another thing that's really been bothering him is that he's had trouble seeing out of the windshield. He said early on he just got some stuff on the windshield, so they're going to pull a tear off here almost immediately. They're going to give Brad a fresh bottle of water. Car's been fairly good, a little bit too free, but Keselowski hitting here, lap 32. We'll see if they can make it work for the rest of the race on one more stop like they originally planned.
Bottled water, remember, heats upwards of 94 degrees here in Charlotte. Extremely warm for this time of year. What a beautiful view of this facility, the Charlotte Roval, brought to you by Mola Chianti K50 electric automobile. Next week in the playoffs, they're going to head to Dover, which will mark the 100th Cup Series race at the Monster Mile. And at Dover's 50th anniversary celebration, you know, it's a weekend you don't want to miss. So visit NASCAR.com/tickets. Join us at Dover. Take a look at the temperature here, Steve. Over 129 degrees.
Yeah, look at that. That is warmer than I would like.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost October. I think it makes it worse. I'm in the middle of the summer. I really do. I think in July and August, you can say, you know, we know it's going to be hot. It's the summer. your mind thinks that the kids are back in school. It's the fall. We're ready for it to cool down.
In perspective, if you go into a sauna, which normally you could sit in for maybe 5-10 minutes max, those are about 150 degrees, so very close to that. And these guys will be in the car for 3 hours.
You just wonder, Jeff, you know, who looked at that weather, who planned ahead. Like I said, I think it's right in the front of your mind in the summer, but at this point in the season, you just don't think about that as much.
Well, on top of that, this racetrack, with all the added heat from the transmission, the rear end, all those things that you get on a road course, the brake rotors, all that heat gets inside the car. So, you know, a 94-degree day at one racetrack inside the car isn't the same as at another racetrack because of the heat that gets radiated inside of that race car, Kelly.
And Jeff, just quickly touching base with the two Chip Ganassi Racing drivers that in the playoffs, starting with Kurt Busch, driver of that #1 car. He spent a considerable amount of time on pit road, and you can see why there on the right front of his car. That was the damage that he sustained on that restart that set up a big chain reaction crash. So that has him right now mired back in the 32nd position, and right now he's showing 39 points below the cut line. So they've got a lot of work to do, but so does his teammate Kyle Larson in that 42 car. Remember, there was the penalty on pit road for pitting outside of his box. So when we went green for stage 2 here, he actually had to come back to pit road and sit in his pit box for what felt like an eternity. It was an entire lap. So he is being scored 1 lap down, as you see the 32 with an issue.
Yeah, Corey LaJoie
Clear,
around.
You're good.
But he's able to keep going as Joey Logano now on pit road, Marty.
As that happens, the Team Penske car is playing out their strategy. Todd Gordon calling Joey Logano down pit road. You saw him be so free off. Lost a couple of spots, but they kind of held their ground where they thought they would. You can see a big wedge adjustment here, trying to tighten up that race car, and 4 fresh Goodyear tires for Joey Logano. Meanwhile, his teammate, see, that's an uncontrolled tire. His teammate, Brad Keselowski, is back in 33rd right now. I asked Paul Wolf, are you still going to try and play that strategy of just one more stop? He said, absolutely, I can make it work.
Saw Corey LaJoie sitting in the grass. Got in return, just carrying way too much speed, and we've seen it all weekend. He's not the first one to do it. He might be the 10th.
Yeah, he's
to do it.
One of the few not to hit anything there. Very lucky to pull away unscathed with that issue. It's been a pretty good battle here. Watching the 48 trying to get by the 6 of Ryan Newman. Finally made that happen. Alex Bowman has passed both these cars in the last couple of laps.
Bowman currently running 16th. Johnson back there in 17th. Newman is 18th.
Yeah, Jimmy had passed Newman. Now Newman back pressuring the 48 of Johnson. Interesting line in 3 and 4 for Newman. Marty.
Hey guys, when Joey Logano left pit road, that's one of the troubles, is that you get into traffic sometimes. Joey Logano, you see that damage on the left front. He was in 3 wide. Here he comes back to pit road. Todd Gordon has called him back to pit road. So they played the strategy they wanted, but they put him out in traffic. He was in the middle of 3 wide. There was contact in the left front fender, and there you go. Look at that. Joey was trying to avoid those guys. That's where that contact happened. Logano coming back down pit road right now to try and fix that damage, but what looked like a potential waste-riding strategy, not going to work out for the 22.
Yeah, he's got a lot of damage and a flat spot right front tire.
I didn't see a lot of traffic. It looked to me like he just overcooked the corner. Maybe the traffic earlier got him offline. Either way, though, the damage on the left front, very heavy for the 22.
And back onto his pit stall. And so they'll work on that car.
You have to wonder if they watched the replay of that and saw how long he slid that right front tire. I know they got bigger damage they're trying to fix, but I don't know that they don't need to change that tire, too.
Gotta go.
Trying to stay on a lead lap here, Steve.
They are trying to stay on the lead lap. 13 laps to go on the stage. Let's take another look. Marty mentioned traffic, so he comes right here, and the blend is very difficult, but I don't see any traffic. It looks to me like cold tires, not a lot of grip. The car just goes straight, guys. What'd y'all?
Yeah, cold tires leaving pit road, just trying to carry a lot of speed. Car just didn't make enough grip. Probably needed 2 or 3 more corners to get it to fire off.
Much like these restarts, not using this chicane, being unfamiliar, I think exiting pit road under green flag conditions is extremely unfamiliar for these drivers. Nobody's really done any of that.
See this battle with William Byron and Blaney. Remember, they pitted on lap 26. They both finished very well in the first stage, along with Clint Boyer. Clint Boyer's made himself up to 9th. These 2 guys have made themselves to 12th and 13th.
Blaney, Byron, and Almirola, they're on the same schedule. They're running right now 12th, 13th, and 14th. As you mentioned, they all came to pit stop on lap 26, as well as Boyer. He's currently running 9th. Good side-by-side battle there as we go for that fight for Blaney and Byron. It'll be 12th for William Byron. We go NASCAR nonstop. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? The all-new Ford Explorer, built Ford proud. And by Subway. Make it what you want. Up front, it's Chase Elliott. He has a 4.5-second lead over Kevin Harvick. Then back to Daniel Suarez. And then we see Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. a little bit further back from them.
Rick, it's kind of closing in on decision time again. 9 laps to hit this stage, much like stage 1. Oh no, Bubba Wallace in the 43 against the wall. This may bring out the caution. That's at the exit of the backstretch chicane. This has got to bring out a yellow.
Yes,
it's going to sit right there.
Pointed in the wrong direction.
I was going to say, just like the first, we were going to get a yellow. Maybe my magic 8-ball talked to me.
Let's see what happened.
Oh, got a little help getting down into the braking zone there.
Man, he's been battling the 43 for a few laps, and
Bowman just cleaned him out.
Yes.
Have to wonder, you said it, Steve, been battling the last several laps. It looked like Bowman, you're right, just cleaned him out.
He was running 15th, Kelly.
Trouble had been brewing between these two for laps. As you can see, Alex Bowman said that Bubba Wallace was flipping him off lap after lap, and he finally said if he doesn't put that finger away, he's going to get one, and he sure did.
Playoff and non-playoff drivers. 3 races, 3 issues. Suarez and Logano at Las Vegas. Alex Bowman and the 3 a week ago at Richmond, and now Alex Bowman again with the 43 at the Roval. This season is unlike any other. Everyone's fuses seem to be shorter than ever.
Alex Bowman sending the signal. don't flip me off. I mean, some people that will send you over the edge. It makes you mad.
So will Bubba Wallace come back and do anything? We've seen it before with Kyle Busch.
Yeah, this was a week ago at Richmond. I mentioned it. Started with Alex Bowman racing very hard for the free pass. Kind of dive bombs the 3. I think it's a late move. Up the track, the 3 goes. And the 3 with damage chases the 88 down the backstretch, gets him in the left rear quarter panel, sends a message that, listen, you just can't send me up the racetrack because I'm not in the playoffs. Big break, though. Big break, though, this caution. 42 of Larson. Big break for the 42 of Larson. He'll get back on the lead lap.
Big break for him, but frustration now for Bowman and Bubba Wallace. Coming up on just 7 laps to go in the end of stage 2. You're watching NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series Bank of America Roval 400. And you can get in gear for the playoffs. Check out the greatest selection of t-shirts, die casts, and more for all of your favorite drivers. Visit NASCAR.com/shop today.
I want to order a hoodie, but it's got to cool off enough for me to use it.
You're going to have to wait a little bit as the temperature is still over 90 degrees in the car. 127 we see there for Matt DiBenedetto. And on pit road, here they come. Kelly.
And you see Chase Elliott, who is leading this race. He's among those electing to come to pit road. Chase has a really good race car. Not any big changes expected here. Just 4 fresh Goodyear tires. And you see him topping them off with Sunoco fuel.
Kelly, a little surprised Eric Almirola comes down pit road. They got 4 stage points last stage by staying out, but this time they come down pit road. So the car's been too free off of exit most all day long. At the very front end of pit road, William Byron here. He led 21 laps early on. Car's been pretty good, a little bit too tight as he's run throughout the run. 4 fresh Goodyear tires for him. Martin Truex Jr. also on pit road, Rick.
And you see him filing off of pit road. We'll be back for the restart after this.
7 laps to go in stage 2. The cut race for the round of 16 at the Roval, and a huge call by crew chief Alan Gustafson for Chase Elliott leading the race. The yellow comes out. The easy call to stay on the racetrack and guarantee points. He pits, dragging almost the entire field. Rick, that is a huge call for the 9.
Coming up on 6 to go in stage 2, the field approaching the Geico restart zone. It's Bowyer and McDowell. Bowyer on the inside, McDowell on the outside. Once again, diving into turn 1.
Ryan Blaney locks him up a little bit there behind Kyle Busch.
3 wide, but it looks like everyone's going to make it through.
What Clint Bowyer wants to see right here, he wants to see these cars between he and the people that put on 4 tires. He needs them to hold him up. Remember, he needs these points. He needs stage points desperately. He got 7 points, and 8 points rather, in stage 1. He needs them now to try and advance into the next round.
Keselowski right behind him, putting a lot of pressure on him. It's Bowyer, Keselowski, McDowell, Suarez, Johnson on the top 5. Then Chase Elliott, Kevin Harvick, Paul Menard, Truex Jr. and Stenhouse Jr. in the top 10.
Chase Elliott just pulled that move off between 6 and 7. The one you talk about, Dale, I didn't know that was a passing zone, but that's twice we've seen the 9 successful.
Yeah, you guys said at the start of the race, new tire's going to be a little bit of an advantage.
Keselowski has a few flat, newer tires than Bowyer. Not a ton, but a few.
Don't forget about Michael McDowell back there in 3rd. Rick, you told the whole story as Chase Elliott continues to push pressure on, gets Daniel Suarez at 2 cars in 1 lap with 6 laps to go. I'm liking Chase Elliott's odds of running down these front 3.
Can Chase Elliott win this stage with 5 to go?
Absolutely. I believe he can.
What a run he is putting on now. 1 at Watkins Glen earlier this year. 2 road course wins for Chase Elliott.
Oh, the leader having trouble. Ran a little wide in the corner on the infield, and now are side by side. Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, I think Clint Bowyer, as much as he wants the battle for the win, he might need to concede there, right? He has to get points at this part. Although he looks off the pace. Now he's right on the bumper of the 34.
Yeah, McDowell all over him in that 34. McDowell, an established road course racer.
Clint just lost his rhythm a little bit. He had to get his rhythm back. Now the 9's going to catch him. I mean, the 9 is going to run him down. There's no doubt in my mind he'll catch him. He's got to just finish as high as he can. There's a big gap behind the 9 all the way back to the 48. Clint Bowyer's whole world is revolved around points right now. Right there, you saw it. Junior, you caught it. Missed turn 3. Fortunate not to get in the wall.
Yeah, that was a close call there, but Clint seems to be fighting, not giving up on trying to win this stage. I don't think he's thinking about that 9 car. He's trying to overcome that mistake and take that lead back from Brad.
Chase Elliott gets into that front chicane. It's crazy how much speed he carries into it and still makes the corner. This guy dominated Watkins Glen.
He's back there.
Yeah, has the fastest car today for sure.
He does. He's got those new tires as well. Bowyer still hounding that 2 car, trying to stay tight, but again, misses the same corner, loses a little bit of time to Brad.
And we'll see how aggressive Chase Elliott gets now that he's caught up to the back of the 14 of Clint Bowyer. We've seen him make the pass in 7 and 8 when they're exiting this infield area.
Yeah, right here, he got to go to driver's left. That's where he got the 48. He's going to try to do the same thing to the 14. He pokes down there. The 14, though, is going to squeeze the issue. The 9 is going to jam his way in.
So right now, Clint Bowyer, just go as hard as you can, right now, but let him have this spot. Now, maintain this position. I think he's fast enough to stay in 3rd if he doesn't make a mistake.
Under 4 laps to go. And taking a look at the Chevy on the move. We see Chase Elliott currently running in the 2nd spot. He's been as far down as 22nd today. Started 19th, but good strategy and a really good call here, Steve.
Yeah, when I visited with Alan earlier today, I asked him how his day was, and he had this bit of confidence. You know, not ego, but confidence. Said, you know, car's been good, driver's good. I think if we just do our job and don't get caught up with somebody else's mess, we should be okay. Currently in the 3rd position, though, Clint Bowyer trying to get those valuable points, Dave.
And of course, frustrated with himself right there, but was reminded to, as you guys said, let the 9 go, mainly because the 2 cars right behind him Michael McDowell and Jimmy Johnson, they're both on old tires as well. That gives him a buffer then back to the next car with fresher tires, the 41 of Suarez.
Yeah, you can talk about old tires. Well, Michael McDowell sitting here racing with Clint Boyer and Jimmy Johnson. He pitted on lap 21. Boyer pitted on 26. Johnson on 37. McDowell doing an incredible job on older tires.
So I have to ask, are tires that valuable, or is the 9 that good? I think
he's
really know.
I think it's the best car here, but can the answer be yes?
Yes, yeah, I think, I think it can.
We'll see how aggressive he is here. Backstretch chicane. Now the gap about 10 feet and closing. Another good run for the 9 of Chase Elliott.
He slipped just a little bit in the middle of that chicane, giving up a little bit of room here, a little bit of acceleration.
Watch him in this chicane, though. Watch him eat this 2 car up. Look how much corner speed he carries into this.
He got beat out of the last chicane, but gained speed around the corner, around the oval.
Didn't even use the curbing. That
2 to go.
Remember, Chase Elliott spun out in that chicane in qualifying. That didn't scare him any. Still attacking it.
This is what you mentioned earlier, Dale. I don't think he's looking to pass him in these infield corners. He's just looking to be close enough.
Look at that. Yeah. Drive in there. Feel that mirror up.
A lot closer as he goes into 5.
Oh, man, that's a pass for position right there, and he's going to take it. Oh, Brad's going to fight him because Brad knows he has the inside line, the preferred line over here. If he can stay there. Oh, man, that's a tough place for Brad. He almost spins the car out.
And Chase Elliott has now taken the lead.
I recant my last statement. Chase Elliott's looking to pass in every corner at the Roval. Every corner here.
Well, you got better tires and a better car. That makes it fun to try to pass in all the other corners.
Chase Elliott, he's become a very, very good road racer.
Yeah, there's great speed in that whole organization. You see the 24 car qualifying up front, running up front at Sonoma, and here today, the 9 car winning races at Watkins Glen, running up front here today.
Coming up on 1 lap to go in stage 1. And hard into the chicane, and around goes the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Looks like he made it though, so I don't believe he'll have a penalty here. But he's got a little bit of damage to the right rear. 1 lap to go for Chase Elliott.
Look on this. Look where everybody's running. And look, remember where everybody was in points. So here you are, Clint Boyer, leading points. He's running 3rd, right? And then the only other person that he's really racing for those points is William Byron. He's in 10th. Almirola in 11th. So a big gain possibility here for Clint Boyer.
Stay on this blacktop.
There you go. That's a spotter. That's Brett Griffith saying, man, just stay on the blacktop. Get these points.
Points so important. This will be the last time that they will receive points at the end of the stage in this elimination race.
You mentioned he's racing William Byron. Well, Jimmy Johnson, William Byron's teammate's the next car behind Clint Boyer. So I'm not suggesting he do something aggressive, but if you can pass him, that's helping your teammate by a point. Doesn't look like he's going to be close enough to attack, though.
Final time through the backstretch chicane for the 9 of Chase Elliott here in stage 2.
Be smooth, no mistakes. Stay on the blacktop. Get the points. Just be smooth, don't be greedy.
I love that.
Still reminding him.
I love that from his spotter. This great, remember Clint's an upbeat guy, right? But sometimes you got to bring him down a little bit. What's the goal here?
Chase Elliott has won 5 races. He's won stage 2, and 3 of those 5 he'll win stage 2 here. Can he go on to win at the Charlotte Roval? Well, that will be the goal. As stage 2 has come to an end, it was Chase Elliott getting the win. Brad Keselowski held on for 2nd. Boyer was 3rd. Those valuable points that he was looking for. Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick in the top 5. We saw the 11 of Denny Hamlin. He was around in this backstretch chicane, and that is why. Got loose trying to go back to the right, spun around. That's what it felt like to ride with him. Chase Elliott wins stage 2. Pit stop's coming up. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Sonic. This is how you Sonic. Toyota. Let's go places. And by Coca-Cola. Share a Coke this season. Monster Energy Cup Series racing from the Charlotte Roval never disappoints. And just this, the second race on this configuration. Rutledge.
Rick, you know, we had the Kyle Petty Charity Ride reunion on Friday night, and a bunch of the members made it here on top of this awesome school bus. Everybody's here having a good time. You might be wondering, hey, what are these two guys doing in the pink Harvick shirts? Well, to be totally fair, they lost a bet. We got a Keselowski fan, Eric Jones fan. But being here in the infield, you get such a great view of this track because of all the crazy elevation changes. One of the things we got to do is when you spin around to see the backstretch, we saw that wreck coming with the 43 and the 88, what felt like a mile away because it happened right over our shoulder. But man, kudos to Marcus Smith and everybody that puts this roval together, that thinks about where can we get fans up close and personal. Right here going into turn 2, I don't know if there's a better spot than this, guys.
You're right. No better place. Guess what? That guy right there has got to be happy. Chase Elliott, he's locked into the next round. So now another driver that has solidified a position in the round of 12. He's done it on points after getting that win, 10 more points in the stage, and of course a playoff point, which will carry on over into the next round with him.
9 from Hendrick Motorsports has clinched. The 88 from Hendrick Motorsports on Alex Bowman currently below the cut line, and it has been an eventful day. Let's listen in to some of the comments he had about racing the 43.
If that little in front of me doesn't put his finger away, we're going to get one. Only flipped me off so many times a lap for not doing anything. Oh, just wrecked us. Wow. Fix this race car. Won't handle this today.
All right, they have my interest.
So you're saying that we should watch the 43 and 88 anytime they're near each other on the track?
They're near each other. I'll make sure we put a camera on it because you could hear the disappointment from Bubba Wallace. But this goes all the way back. Remember the first lap down the backstretch, these two kind of were banging off one another, and then they raced on the Roval lap after lap, and finally the 88 kind of just turned the 43 around. Here we see the 14 of Clint Boyer. Mission accomplished, points awarded, but you see all the cars stay on the racetrack, Dave. This is going to cost a lot of spots.
Yep, they're going to pull a little tape off the front end for part of that, and they're going to put 4 fresh Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel. But you're right, 16 stage points earned on the day. They told me before the race started, points all day. They've got to get them. They've gotten a bucket full so far. Marty?
Ryan Newman currently below the cut line, Dave, so a critical pit stop here for this race team. They sit -7, and they are struggling with the race car. In fact, a moment ago, Newman said on the radio, I can't be this bad of a road course racer. They talked about going back to how the car was at the beginning of the race. They're going to do that. A tear-off for Newman. Big changes trying to get the car better. They desperately need some spots in this final stage.
And Race Off Pit Road brought to you by Kroger. We see McDowell gaining a spot over Boyer. Newman, a couple positions. But again, not many came to pit road. lot of emotion already today in the NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series Bank of America Roval 400, and we haven't even got to the final stage, which is coming up next. Let's go first, though, to the Mobil 1 Peacock Pit Box and Chris Devoto.
Well, Rick, at the start of the day, we told you this could be the toughest race of the year. Let me sum it up like this. A driver who 48 hours ago passed a kidney stone just finished that stage in the top 10. Some storylines to follow in these closing 50 laps or so. Jimmie Johnson, could he be on the verge of his first win in over 2 years? If he does, you'll want to be here for the celebration. Right now, they're all chasing Chase. The winner, only one of the stories. At the end of the day, the bottom 4 in the playoffs, their title hopes are done. We will see you after the race from Victory Lane with the winner.
Yeah, thanks, Krista. And we know that Erik Jones, he's out. He will not be going on to the second round, but only 7 are locked in. That means 5 spots still available for the guys that are fighting for those positions.
Yeah, Clint Bowyer did a nice job to end stage 2 by scoring some points, but because of that, he'll be deep in the field for this final stage. You mentioned it. A lot of chaos, a lot of hurt feelings, and hot tempers, and we still have an entire stage to go. This stage is going to set that playoff field.
All right, let's bring the drivers in. And apparently hand signal's not good when you're on the road course, guys.
Yeah, I've known that to upset several drivers in my career, me included. But, you know, this is pretty interesting to see Ryan Newman sort of be under the radar, and that's his motto. That's maybe not how he would prefer it to go, but don't write him off just yet. We're going to have some wild restarts late in this race, going to change the lineup of this field multiple times, and he could take advantage of those opportunities and leapfrog some of these guys and get a great finish.
And with 36 cars still in the lead lap, you can still have a problem here and be in really good shape right now, but find yourself in bad shape because we're going to have wild restarts and things are going to happen. So this many cars in lead lap makes it that much more difficult.
All right, so stages are over. The first and second stage, and look at this, points earned today. No one perhaps needed them more than Clint Bowyer. 16 points. William Byron needed them. Kyle Larson. So a lot of happy drivers, but on the opposite side, no points for Kurt Busch. Ryan Newman, who desperately needed them, as well as Alex Bowman.
And right now, Ryan Newman is 1 point behind that cutoff line.
No more stages, no more breaks. Every position is a point. That's where they stand. 54 laps to decide who moves out of the round of 16.
All right, another time that they will go into Heartburn Turn. And how will they do? 4 wide contact again. The 42 of Kyle Larson got into the 12 of Ryan Newman. They made it through the Tums Heartburn Turn, though. Now Chase Elliott has surged ahead of Brad Keselowski. Jimmie Johnson, Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex Jr., the top 5. Harvick trying to fight for that spot as he goes to the inside of Truex Jr. Takes the position away.
Paul Menard's had a good day all day. Seen him up in the top 10 a lot.
Through the backstretch chicane. As Krista mentioned, Jimmie Johnson, keep your eye on him. Currently running in the 3rd position.
He's got a little bit better tires than that 2 car in front of him. Brad Keselowski trying to put the pressure on in that braking zone. On the backstretch, tries again. Not quite close enough.
That damage on Jimmie Johnson's car is not doing it any favors. I know it doesn't look too bad, but any bit of loss of front downforce, that hurts your braking power. Car will not slow down quite as well without it.
Jimmie Johnson, a lot of people have asked, well, you know, you're getting up there in age, you've got 7 championships, why are you doing this? Why are you staying out there? He said, I want to win. I am competitive. I know I can be competitive, and I am not going out of this sport like this. I won't go out when I'm struggling to try to find wins. So he is determined that he will get another win in the Cup Series, and hopefully he's thinking that he can run for a championship.
This on Kyle Larson, 3 wide. See Ty Dillon making a 4 wide. And Logano with an issue. He's in it. Larson's in the side of Blaney.
Too much going on to even cover.
It's just crazy. Look at this restart. So again, everybody slows. Look how slow they're going. The guys behind them, they're just Stanley and DiBenedetto jumping up on the outside. 4 wide. I mean, it's just, some of it's survival. Some of it's just trying to find a place where you're not going to get run into.
Yeah, they're just getting out of everybody's way. There's no option to jump to an outside lane or inside lane and gain a bunch of spots like you might have at other road courses. Just trying not to get wrecked.
I was going to say, look at the points right here. You see some smoke out of the 43, the 14 a point above, the 6 a point below, and they're nose to tail on the racetrack as they try to work through traffic. A big crossover. That was the 14.
That was really smart. He actually had an opportunity to challenge into the braking zone and go side by side with a 43, but he waited and allowed for that crossover to happen and play out. What a great move by the 14 there. Dave.
And he is one of the better road course racers, has been this year as well. They knew their car was fast, but they've had to play the points game all day. Now, as you guys have referred to, it is pretty much reset. It's finishing position. He's got to stay ahead of that 6. He's got to make sure that he gains points over Newman and the others that are right around him, Marty.
And Dave, Ryan Newman knows exactly what's going on. He asked under the last caution to his crew chief, Scott Graves, what's the point situation? Here's what they said on the radio.
So we can be 6 spots behind the 10. That's our number, 6 spots behind the 10. The 12 is the next closest, but we'd have to finish ahead of him. The 14 is in play also, but we have to finish ahead of him.
So Ryan Newman knows what he has to do with a car that has struggled all day long. Newman has made magic in these playoffs, just getting into the playoffs, and he knows he's got to get some more points right now, 1 below the cut line.
With every point or position picked up, we get a little closer to a situation coming up which we've had before where people can be tied for that last transfer spot, and it goes back to the best finish in the round by that driver.
Watch that 14 could have dove into the inside of this 43. He waits and then allows this crossover to happen because he sees the 43 is out of position for that entrance to the chicane. It's like, hey, I won't pass you there, try to pass you there. Things could get ugly.
Speaking of ugly, look at this. I mean, it is crazy back here. Clint Bowyer trying to be aggressive to work himself up through, but afraid he's going to get in a wreck. I mean, they were 2 wide going into turn 1. I mean, this is just crazy racing.
I think he wants these guys to be battling and slowing themselves down. Easy pickings, I believe, once he gets to them. He just has to do the same thing he did in that chicane, is position himself offline. He's trying to do that right now to get to the inside at 37, and he's going to be able to do it.
As they run, the 14 of Clint Bowyer, 2 points above the cutoff line.
And Rick, with 52 laps to go, let's just remind everyone, a pit stop still required to make it. So all of these guys, while we're talking about the positions gained, everyone will still have to come to pit road at least once more.
And as that 14 gains spots, you can see Newman in the background furiously trying to gain spots as well. He knows things are dire. He has to go forward in this stage.
Yes, for every car that Clint Bowyer passes, Ryan Newman will have to pass also. Here we see Michael McDowell just in front of Bowman. And now the 8s goes by as well. So Daniel Hemrick also clearing Bowman.
This day has just been awful for this 88 car. No speed.
And then kind of a poor decision right there, pushing the issue, trying to make a pass that actually cost him a spot.
Bowman struggling to stay up inside the top 10 for 20. Actually, he's 24th right now. Aero coverage brought to you by the Mullen Kiantu K50 electric automobile. Great shots working their way through the infield portion of the Charlotte Roval. 12, Ryan Blaney still having some issues, it looks like, Steve.
Yeah, I think he made a little bit of contact with the wall looking at the right side. And then right here, look at him hit the curbs. Man, that thing is, look at the thing. It's sparking and dragging. And with that, I don't know what's broke loose. I don't know if he's obviously dragging something. Dave.
Well, he said, I hit the wall very hard. He didn't say exactly where, and he's had smoke coming into the 12 car, has Ryan Blaney, ever since then, but it hasn't gotten any worse. Jerry Bullins' crew chief said, well, we'll pit you and not take a chance, but they've decided for the moment to leave him out.
Well, you can see the damage on the right side of the car, right front, the left, or the right front and the right rear, and it moved the rear end housing over.
Oh, look out. The 88-43 nose to tail.
Tell the 12 to stay out. He might get a yellow.
I wouldn't pass him on the outside. I can promise you that.
Yeah. Steve, you asked me, what do you do? Caution. Oh, the caution's out.
Caution has come out. A spin in the middle of 3 and 4. That's Daniel Hemrick in the 8.
Wow, that's an interesting place to spin. He had to have had some
All right, nobody else coming around.
Got a little damage at left rear quarter panel.
Daniel Hemrick getting the news. He won't be back with Richard Childress Racing in 2020.
That is a big break for the 12. Let's see what happened. You mentioned it's an odd spot. Well, there he is backwards on the apron.
See those other two cars way up the racetrack, though. Not sure.
You think they had something to do with it?
I don't know. But
looks like all 4 tires were up too.
I mentioned 12. We heard the damage, and David gave us the report. He's only 8 points above. So, we focused a lot on Ryan Newman and Clint Boyer.
I'm more concerned not so much with the body damage, but what is dragging underneath that car. Looks like the rear end house has been moved over. You can see the damage to the left rear quarter panel done by the tire in the rear end moving over.
Look at the points. He's only 8 points to the good right now. Clint Boyer climbing himself up through the field. He's been running well. Listen, this right here, they're going to have to get this fixed, Steve. I don't know what the problem is, but they are not locked in. They are in a battle.
This is the time. There's still 48 laps to go. Don't worry about losing time on the racetrack or positions. Just stay on the lead lap, come to pit road, and try to find out what the issue is here. I would even come perhaps the first time, even if pit road is closed, because what if it's something I'm not prepared for? Maybe I could come up with a little bit of a plan, pit him the second time.
Replace the strut, we'll replace it, but we got to at least figure out what we got going on here. If nothing else, have the tools ready to take that one off.
Talking about a strut, I'm thinking a strut that's a brace for the track bar mount.
Yeah, Jeremy Bullins, I believe, was the crew chief we were hearing there. So pit road is open. Expect the leaders to stay out somewhere around 14th, 15th. Someone's going to come get some fresh tires. We know Blaney's coming.
So Blaney comes, and we're also seeing a couple others decide. Ty Dillon in the 13 comes the 43. And look who's following the 43 on pit road. That's Alex Bowman. Dave.
And part of the significance, Rick, is that he gave up 11th position, did Ryan Blaney. So obviously the problem, they had to come to pit road, but they were in a good spot, decent strategy-wise up to this point. They'll go to work back there, see if they can fix it, Kelly.
And Alex Bowman in that 88 car, they didn't really have much to give up. They were running in the 23rd position. So you see they brought Alex to pit road, and he'll get some fresh Goodyear tires as well.
Right side of the 12 looked pretty standard to me. It's just some body cleanup. Let's see, we get over this left side underneath the car. There we go. Mechanic has found an issue. Jack stand underneath there to try to be careful, keep it safe. Looks like, as you mentioned, that strut, left side of the housing, maybe to the truck arm. We'll come back after commercial and check on Ryan Blaney.
This NASCAR playoffs, Ford drivers are racing for your chance to win. Enter at NASCAR.com/Ford Playoffs promo for a shot at high performance prizes that'll unlock when Ford drivers crush it on the track. Plus, get an entry for a 2019 Ford Mustang GT when you register.
It's a home game for NASCAR, Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Drivers, start your engines.
Fire in the hole when you're ready.
Racing at the Roval again. Backwards. Sideways behind him. The 88 Alex Bowman gets turned around.
Mark it down here. Hang on. Try and fire it up to your left here, to your left.
Sliding into the Hartburn turn. Eric Jones is around. Alex Bowman is involved. The 48 of Jimmy Johnson had to stop. Frustration now for Bowman and Bubba Wallace.
Only flipped me off so many times a lap for not doing anything. Don't do anything stupid.
And remember, it is just the second race at the Charlotte Roval for the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series, and it looks as though Rutledge has found a little more comfortable area to hang out.
Rick, you know, I try to find a little something every place I can. My buddy Christian invited me to come up and check out his condo. He's got a bunch of his friends here. Man, last year, you guys had such an incredible view for that finish. Do you think this is the best place to watch a race?
Oh, hands down. My parents, they're over there in the corner over there. They just got this condo a year ago, right before last year's Roval, and everyone knows that race was insane, more than insane. So we're kind of hoping for the same today, but I mean, it's the best place to watch, I think, and they all love it. So it's a good time. It's a great place.
I love seeing that reaction from everybody in there last year. Who's your money on this year?
I said Kyle Larson before the race. I don't really know why. I just said Kyle Larson, but Chase seems pretty strong too. So.
All right.
So yeah.
Well, good luck. Hopefully we'll be seeing somebody. But a bunch of his friends said you can watch people get so close to that last little barrier there before you get on the front stretch. A big Las Vegas one. I can't believe nobody's hit it yet, guys.
Rutledge, will we see you anywhere other than that suite?
You know, they have a lot of refreshments up here, Rick. I'm undecided yet.
Enjoy yourself. It looks like they're having fun as well. Getting ready for the restart. It'll be 45 laps to go. Dave.
Real quick, the 12 of Ryan Blaney, they were not able to get that strut back on. Steve, the strut that it is the one that goes from the rear end housing to the left truck arm. So he was told it's going to beat that truck arm up pretty good. Can you describe?
Well, so basically, we've seen how just aggressive the curbing and everything is. So there is a strut. It's just a straight piece of metal. It goes from the truck arm to the rear end housing to keep everything from stretching. Well, there is about 3 inches of the strut. It's probably a foot long, broke in half, which tells me it's trying to bend. That strut was being used so much that it actually broke. It'd be interesting to see with 46 laps to go if that car can mechanically stay together without that strut, or if they try to repair it if we do get another yellow.
Can it stay together, Steve, and have enough pace to get himself back into this playoff battle?
Right now, 19 points below the cutoff line for Ryan Newman. Back up through the gears they go. It's Chase Elliott, Brad Keselowski, and another great restart for the 4 of Kevin Harvick.
Oh,
Smoking the tires, the 9's gonna miss it. He gets into the wall. Race leader. Chase Elliott into the wall, and the caution will come out.
Unbelievable. I cannot believe that. 2 years in a row, we've seen drivers overrun that. Important points in the race.
Cannot believe I just did that.
Unreal.
Remember, he launches right here. He's going faster right now on the restart than he is at any other point during the race, and just gets into the corner too deep, has the front tires locked up. It's never going to turn with the front tires locked up. Major impact. It's just such a foreign thing for these drivers to be carrying more speed on a restart than you are on a normal lap.
He is so lucky. They just clinched into the next round of the playoffs at the end of stage 2.
2 years in a row, the race leader has dove into turn number 1 and slammed into the wall.
This time, Brad Keselowski said, oh, no, I learned this last year. I'm not going in as deep as you this year.
You can't tell me this isn't the most challenging racetrack.
There's no way you can make the argument for anything else, right? I mean, just to go straight like that, Dale, it just looks crazy.
Yeah, these are big curveballs for these pros to try to navigate through. Like you said, Jeff, carrying so much more speed into that corner on these restarts than you do all day long running a typical lap.
So why? So here you go. So the chicane, you see the chicane where it says Toyota? That's where they run. They run through there on a normal lap. But right above it is the restart zone. So they actually launch out of that restart zone and carry more speed than they do when they come out of that chicane. So every other racetrack, they're going slower when they approach turn 1 and restart. Here you're going faster. And also, I don't know anywhere where there's a corner that's this tight and this slick.
All right, Dale, you said it. This was the oddest thing you have seen in racing. This is a year ago. That's why I mentioned Brad Keselowski, because it was him a year ago. Accelerates, gets on the brakes, completely straight. Brings the 42, the 21. I mean, you see the 42 isn't going to make the corner regardless if the 2 makes it. I had never seen anything like that a year ago, and I just had convinced myself we wouldn't see it this year, right? They had learned. It's the second time. But Chase Elliott is an outstanding race car driver, and you heard the radio. He couldn't believe he did it. Well, fortunately, it is true. But as you mentioned, locked in, that effort in the second stage has made this be more of an embarrassment than a costly penalty.
You can make the argument that he was offline at some dirty racetrack, but he wasn't. Kelly?
You can see Kurt Busch there in the number 1 car coming for 4 tires and fuel. He was in the 11th position. I'm not sure, Steve, if this puts him in the window to go to the end of the race. But it's going to be 4 Goodyear tires nonetheless for Kurt Busch, Dave.
And another chance to make a speedy repair on the 12. Here's the deal. He was asked, the mechanic was asked, if you don't get both boats started, don't start tightening one if you can't get them both. Just take the whole thing back off. So they're going to try to do it here, see if they can make it happen, Kelly.
All right, so now you see Chase Elliott in that 9. You heard him say, I can't believe I did that. Well, Kevin Harvick behind him said that is so easy to do because you're looking in your rearview mirror and you miss your mark to brake there. The plan is to just push that hood down, get some tape on it. They think they still might be okay on clearance on the tires, but they gave them or will give them 4 fresh Goodyear tires nonetheless. It's really just the hood damage that they're most concerned with now.
Miracle, the radiator is still in it.
I'm guessing that there's an executive at Tums right now saying, told you guys, that would be a good rebuy this year.
Call back. Call back. We'll take that every year.
Monster Energy Cup Series racing from the Charlotte Roval. Under 44 laps to go. Hey, guess what? You guys, I'm going to give you another restart.
I don't know if they want it.
I'm not sure. Am I supposed to watch the front row or about the 8th row? Because the front row, I'm not sure they're going to make the corner, and the 8th row is normally 4 wide, so I'm not sure if they're going to make the corner.
Such a difficult situation for these drivers, and we've seen it, well, now 2 years in a row.
So now you wonder if somebody's going to underbrake and then stack the field up because they've been trying to make sure they make the corner.
This time it's Harvick and Keselowski making up row 1.
Great launch for Kevin Harvick. Jimmy Johnson to the inside of Keselowski. Keselowski just not a great start.
And that Ryan Newman making it 3 wide on the inside. Got by Boyer, now trying to get by Larson. A lot of spots right there, about a 6.
Ryan Newman showing up in stage 3. Look at the damage to the 18. He's got a problem.
I think the left front's flat on the 18.
Yeah, he is off the pace.
It is a long way around this racetrack with a flat tire. He's just entered the infield.
Flat left right here, guys.
About a mile and 3/4 to get around.
There was contact between the 42 and the 18. Could have been the issue there. They were 3 wide going into turn 1. as we see the 4 pulling away from the 19. But remember, the 19 has won the first 2 races of this round. Can they make it a clean sweep? Here's that restart.
Yeah. Kyle didn't think they were 3 wide, but Newman was down underneath the 42. He did not know that and turned down in there thinking he only had Larson to the inside.
And here at 19, Martin Truex Jr. battling for the lead. Remember, he missed the chicane twice early in the race, had to serve a penalty twice, and now he is battling for the lead.
Entering the corner that perhaps cost him the race a year ago when Jimmy Johnson spun out trying to pass him. To look at Kevin Harvick working inside the 4 car, out the rear bumper at the 19.
Harvick and Truex on even tires. Keselowski's tires a little older behind these guys. So this is mano a mano, Truex versus Harvick.
And Steve, once again, the pit window around 36 laps. We're still outside. Nobody can go all the way to the end.
Yeah, Kelly mentioned if that was inside the window. No, they pitted outside the window. It would take a rash of yellows for these guys to save it. So save enough fuel to make it. This pressure from the 19 on the 4 is remarkable how close he can stay through the infield section. Trying to set him up through this turn 8, get a better run off turn 8.
Yeah, it looked like the 4 car moving around a little bit through that infield, but he ends that infield section rather well and stretches out that lead just a little bit.
You wonder how much confidence Martin Truex Jr. has in his car entering the chicane, right? He had so much trouble there, had trouble in practice as well. You wonder, yeah, he seems to have confidence there.
But move into that braking zone.
But, you know, I'd have to second guess myself. You know, I'd made a mistake in there twice. Can I drive in there again and not get it wheel hopping?
Man, that 19 got into the braking zone. Marty.
I can tell you he's got a lot of confidence in that backstretch chicane. What he doesn't have a lot of confidence in, turn 8. You guys mentioned it a moment ago. That's coming into NASCAR turn 1. That's where Truex said Harvick is much better than him. But they've had a very good car all day long. Cole Pearn saying, hey, if we get you track position, I think we can win this thing. Here we are with 41 to go. Truex sitting in second, the road course master, trying to deliver another win.
18 car of Kyle Busch has come to pit road to get the new tire.
Guys, I know this is going to sound crazy. After the accident, Chase Elliott has passed 12 cars since the restart. So we saw them come in and make repairs. I thought the car was killed. It was questioned up here how much damage. They put some tape on that 9. He's all the way back in the 19th position, running lap times that would easily put him in the top 10.
That's a great shot right here to show you the different ways guys are attacking this racetrack and what lines they're running. It's so new to the entire series that you'll see a lot of different variances between how guys are approaching. And Kevin Harvick really did an amazing job in the infield course there, putting a lot of time between him and Truex.
And that gap increasing now as we see the 2 coming up behind Martin Truex Jr. We take a look at the Toyota driver update for Martin. Started in the 34th position today, was running up front, currently in the 2nd spot. The farthest back he has been was 37th, but in pretty incredible run right now as he's in that 2nd position. And road courses have been amazing for him. Last 6, he's won 3. The one time that he didn't finish 2nd was last year here when he was leading and that last lap spin took place.
Yeah, we just haven't seen him up front all day long to really know exactly what kind of car and pace he has. See, he's lost a little bit of time to that 4, but starting to pull back away from the 2-car Keselowski. Maybe he had a couple bad corners, a series of corners in the infield, now trying to make it back up.
He works his way, trying to catch up to Kevin Harvick as we go NASCAR nonstop. Just under 38 laps to go. NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series Bank of America Roval 400. Let's go through the field, brought to you by Bank of America. Kelly.
And Kevin Harvick leads this race. Remember, he came into this race already locked into the round of 12, so I asked him how much fun it was to race here, not having any of that pressure, and he said, well, I love this event, but he basically said, don't get me wrong, the race is still very stressful. This track is treacherous, but a good sigh of relief knowing that their spot is secure, and now they can simply go after this win and 5 more playoff bonus points, Marty.
Kelly, how good has the round of 16 been for Martin Truex Jr. and his race team? Well, to this point, they've earned all but 4 of the playoff points available. Truex made changes to make the car better at the end of the run. They're trying to hang on to Kevin Harvick there. A moment ago, they scraped the wall off of turn 8 into NASCAR 1. Behind him, Brad Keselowski, who impressively has done the race so far on just 1 stop, saying he has no drive off the corners right now. They have 11-lap older tires than pretty much everybody else in the field, Dave, but they're hanging there in 3rd. Behind them, William Byron, they have done a fantastic job today. Chad Knaus coaching him through everything, and he said, you're making parts of this racetrack work that I didn't think you could make passes in. William Byron having a very nice run. And for Aric Almirola, he told me before he got in the car today, listen, we've been a 7th to 10th place road course car all year long. If we can finish there today, we will advance to the next round. Right now, they're 6th, and they are in, Dave.
All right, kids, are you listening? One of the reasons why Clint Bowyer is doing so well today, homework. His crew chief told me he did his homework very well this week, going iRacing and also watching last year's race, which he said, I think that was a first. Kelly?
It's been a nice recovery for Kyle Larson and this 42 team. Remember, they won stage 1, but then had a penalty that put them a lap down. Well, they've worked to get that lap back. He's now running inside the top 10 and has a nice points cushion over the playoff cut line, Marty.
Kelly, how many times has Ryan Newman been counted out in the playoffs in 2019? I mean, for much of the day today, they were below the cut line, but here he is running 11th with a race car. They have struggled with the handling all day long, and guess what? Plus 12 above the cut line. Newman in a position with 1 more stop to go to advance, Kelly.
Chase Elliott and the 9 team got to check 1 big box today, that stage 2 win. Those points locked them into the round of 12, but remember, he was leading when he made that mistake getting into turn 1. They've repaired that car, and now he has been back on the move forward, turning some of the fastest lap times on track. 13th right now, Dave.
Denny Hamlin on pit road now, the first car to pit last, perhaps. Will this put him in good position strategy-wise?
That's the strategy. You have to get to pit road before yellow comes out. That would be the big break the 11 is looking for. I don't think anyone in the lead is concerned with the 11, but next time by with 35 laps to go should open up the pit window. William Byron makes a move on Brad Keselowski for 3rd, and another little update. Jimmie Johnson has missed the backstretch chicane once and lost a few spots when he had to do his stop on the front straightaway.
Steve, you mentioned guys are going to start pitting right now. Let's take another look at the playoffs and how they run, where they are in points. Kyle Larson, comfortable, 35 points above. William Byron, 16, now 17 above. Clint Bowyer, 16 above. Ryan Newman, 11 above, and Aric Almirola, 10 above. Everybody's still fighting. The 12 of Ryan Blaney. Alex Bowman in the 88, the 1 of Kurt Busch.
With 36 cars on the lead lap, you cannot have a penalty. You cannot have a loose wheel. Can't speed on pit road. And pit road, speaking of, is picking up. We have the 2 there. Marty.
Pitting with us at lap 75 with 35 to go. Very comfortable inside Paul Wolf's window to make it to the end, even with a green-white checkered. Again, just a second stop for this 2 team all day long. Keselowski saying, I have no drive off the corners, meaning the car just won't hook up and get him traction off the corners. Big air pressure adjustment here for Keselowski. 35 laps to go. We'll see if pitting a little bit earlier than everybody else gains him any track position.
Coming onto pit road, the right front of the 2 was shaking. I don't know if that's caster shake, which is kind of like your shopping cart when the wheels start shaking on the shopping cart. But look at the right front corner. If that's caster shake, then he's not holding the steering wheel at all.
It is caster shake, Steve. He's been complaining about it all day long. Now you can see why he's complaining about it, right?
Well, when you push your shopping cart and you have a shopping cart front wheel that shakes every time you push around the area, that's caster shake. That means you have something set wrong, and it is really wrong on the 2 car.
I've never seen that. Wow, on a race car. I mean, gosh.
I'd take my cart back.
Yeah. Jimmie Johnson, you said it, he blew through the rear chicane. Smart move. He knew he was going to blow through it and just in trouble right now that, you know, you just drove through it, but then had to come to the front straightaway and stop. But a smart move. If you're going to make that mistake, just throttle up, keep going. You don't have to serve the penalty anyway.
There's Keselowski again. He's made his stop.
To your point, Jeff, we've seen a lot of race cars in our life, and I have seen him shake a little, but it looked like something was broken on the 2 car. Kelly.
And you see Alex Bowman in the 88 on pit road. What an adventurous day he has had, literally from lap 1. It's put him in a points deficit. He's going to get new Goodyear tires. You see the one there of Kurt Busch. Remember, he came to pit road just about 10 laps ago, so that was fuel only for Kurt Busch.
Todd Gordon on pit road. They pitted at lap 65 to take 4 tires for Joey Logano. So, Steve, I kind of like this call by Todd Gordon. They've been stuck in the back since that accident early on. They pulled out the right front fender. You see him leaving pit road with Kurt Busch. Fuel only for Logano here on pit road. We'll see if that helps them and gain some track position.
Yeah, they definitely blend much farther up in the field than they were running. Looks like they've run a short track with all taped up fenders here. You see damage to the 1, damage to the 22, damage to the 48, who just came through the screen. Now I'm starting to wonder if the 9 of Chase Elliott will perhaps implement that same strategy. 16 seconds behind the leaders, and here come the leaders. 4 of Kevin Harvick has peeled off the banking, as well as 19.
Kelly.
The leader, Kevin Harvick, has come to pit road. He's really been pretty happy with his car throughout the day, really saying he needed the rear end of that car to be a little bit more stable, but he has good front turn in there. And so he'll get 4 fresh Goodyear tires and a clean windscreen, Marty.
Martin Truex Jr. pits from 2nd position. He pits with Kevin Harvick, as you see top of your screen. We'll see if the 19 can gain any spots here. Truex saying I seem to hang on a little bit longer into the run. They have really made their money in these playoffs in the long runs. We'll see if they can get his car better. Meanwhile, Eric Almirola also on pit road. Car's been too free for much of the day for that 10 car. He has said that they need to make some changes here, but they're doing what they need to do. And speaking of doing what you need to do, give a tip of the cap to Ryan Newman. We've talked about it. They're in a spot here making their final stop of the day to advance on. Looks like they might, Kelly.
And that's the 42 of Kyle Larson. He has completed his pit stop. The car's good. He's just so hot. He wanted some water to dump on himself inside the cockpit there, but a good car for the 42.
So right now you see William Byron, Clint Boyer, Chase Elliott still on the racetrack. Chad Knaus, crew chief for the 24 and the 14. They have a pin in the stomach feel right now because a caution would be so costly. All these cars have already come to pit road. They would stay out. You would pit. You'd give up a lot of track position. I really expect to see the 24 come to pit road soon. There he is. He'll turn left. Will Clint Boyer follow him? It looks like he will. So as these 2 cars come to pit road, how about Chase Elliott? He's going to stay on the racetrack and try something a little different. Dave.
So Clint Boyer will come in for 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel, giving up his position. They've done what they need to do all day, and in fact, the 14 car has gotten better and better. It was really turning that last time. Very critical for Clint. Marty?
Yeah, they did not leave William Byron in the danger zone for too long. He hits pit road here with 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Car's actually been pretty good. It is so tough to pass for the 24, and that's what Chad was saying about finding good spots to make passes, Dave.
Desperate for any positions they can get. The 12 car calls the audible they can. No fresh Goodyear rubber, fuel only.
I think that's their only option. They have to find some spots on the racetrack. Currently, they are right on the edge of missing the playoffs as the cars were running. So with that repair, they got behind. You have to do something, Rick, with only 32 laps to go. You can't just do what everyone else does. You see them blend on the racetrack right in front of the 1 of Kurt Busch, who was also a fuel-only call. 22 of Joe Logano was the same.
Buescher still out there. He came to pit road in lap 43. He's running 2nd right now. Chris Buescher will be going to Roush Fenway Racing in 2020. He'll take over the 17 ride.
32 laps to go. Chase Elliott leading currently on the racetrack, but still has to make the final stop of the day. We'll see where that happens. You can watch along in NASCAR Nonstop.
saw Chase Elliott come to pit road and do his service. Let's take a look now at Ram trucks built to serve, guys.
I think you're going to have to be real careful as a driver not to make a mistake. This is the hardest track that NASCAR runs on.
And then the crew chief, the points, make sure you have your match right. Whatever information you're giving your driver, double check it. Make sure he has the right information.
If we get any more restarts, that restart down into turn 1 is going to be a lot of fun for all of us to watch.
It has definitely been entertaining up to this point. Hemrick now trying to stay in front of the 4 of Kevin Harvick. That's the race lead. Daniel Hemrick came to pit road on lap 62. So he'll have to be back on pit road at some point in time.
And Harvick's going to get frustrated here because as he battles Daniel Hemrick, that's going to allow the 19 of Martin Truex Jr., who lost a little time on the pit sequence. They kind of came back on the racetrack on 2 different sides of lap traffic. Now Harvick's catching lap traffic. Truex is trying to run him down.
This is when he needs to make it work right here.
Yep,
that was the place. I think he just was really patient through that infield section of the racetrack, knowing the opportunity was coming.
And just behind them, the other 2 cars, Austin Dillon and Martin Truex Jr. And so Austin Dillon will also be another one that will have to come to pit road, but Truex Jr. has already had his stop. Dave.
From the Ram built to serve point number 2, do your math. Here's the 14 team.
I'm just going to give you a little more detailed report, but we are good. Okay, how many are we to the good to 13th, and who is it? That's what I'm working on. Give me some time, Clint. Easy.
Do your math, but don't get mad at each other about it.
Math test can be stressful. I don't need somebody looking over my shoulder.
Yeah, the smoke coming out of the ears right now trying to crunch the numbers.
Clint's done a good job today, but that car right in front of me, his teammate Eric Almirola, we haven't talked about him much at all throughout this playoff chase, but they're doing a solid job today. He's had great speed. His pace has brought him up to the back of Brad Keselowski car for position. Quietly going about his way to try to transfer into the next round. Doing a good job here.
Yeah, those 3 cars right there, right now, above the cutoff line. The 14, the 12, and the 10, all above the cutoff line. Newman is below it, the 88s. Bowman is below it, and so is the 1 of Kurt Busch.
This 12 car, they were in trouble. Jeremy Bullins, the crew chief on this race car, put this in his driver's hands. Didn't give him tires when he pitted. I'm going to put you out there, just put gas in that car, and I'm going to need you to carry it. I'm going to need you to keep this track position. If you can't, we will not make the playoffs. That is a lot of confidence in his driver.
He's getting challenged right now by Alex Bowman. He came out, though, right in front of Kurt Busch, been able to pull away from Kurt Busch. Bowman doesn't challenge in the braking zone there. Going to be able to have a little bit of a run here. See what he does with it. Not a real good shift there. Lost that momentum. The 12 is going to go high here and let him go by.
Blaney knows he's faster. Knows he's in pretty good shape in the points right now. Give the spot up. Don't put Alex in a position where he overdrives and gets you in trouble. Dave.
And Jeff, part of that discussion on leaving the 12 out there on old tires is you have a good race car. You don't do it if your race car is horrible. It needs something. Well, they've been very good with this car all weekend. In fact, Jeremy Bullins told me it has not been a real challenge getting that car where Ryan needed it to be. And remember, he's last year's winner right here.
So the only concern I have, Steve, is that I kind of feel like all the Penske cars aren't very good on long runs. They kind of fall off. So, yes, they've had good speed, but I don't know that they've had good long run speed.
And with 27 laps to go, the entire complexion of this race could change with a yellow. You're going to have to decide when to come, if you come. The other guy that's going to be back in it is the 9 of Chase Elliott. It's hard to believe this is the same car that went straight into the tire barrier on that restart. He is up to 9th, running the fastest laps of the race.
Well, look at this right here, the 10 car to the inside. A bit defensive, I believe. 14 of his teammate Clint Bowyer's closed that gap. Starting to hound that 10 car of Eric Almirola. Interesting to see him go offline in that braking zone.
Kind of a tough spot for both of them. They're both solidly in the points, but you never know what's going to happen. And I know Clint.
Look, he does it again. I wonder if he's trying to get some air to the brakes, or is he trying to throw off the 2 car? Look at this now. Look how close this battle is.
14 trying to make the pass.
Bowyer's going to get them both. Bowyer to the inside of 2. Brad battles back on the outside.
Almirola trying to make it 3 wide.
Wow.
All three Fords fighting for position, and Clint Boyer right in the middle right now.
So now Clint Boyer needs to back up just a little bit, getting ready to come into this part of the racetrack where climb this hill, make this right. Now it's all about setting up for turn 8.
You're right, Jeff. The pace in these Penske cars just not great on the long run. Brad's back on even tires with all these guys. He's been giving them a few laps on tires for most of the race, at least stage 2 and 3, and now even tires. Look at that 9 car closing into this battle.
Yeah, look who joined the battle. That 9 car. Oh, man.
And one around right in the infield, and it's the 36 of Tift. He's going to go in uncharted waters here. Coming back out onto the track, here's what happened.
Right in front of Ryan Newman. Take a basic maneuver. You guys are showing that battle with Clint Boyer and Aric Almirola. Well, it's this guy, Ryan Newman, that I think cares the most about that battle. He avoids the 36, but does he avoid the grass? Oh, what if he got grass on the grill there? Marty.
They are worried about the grass on the grill for Ryan Newman. The other thing that we can't lose sight of, guys, Newman, before that round of stops, was easily in. I just checked in with Scott Graves. I said, how did you lose so many spots? He said, I honestly don't know. We're checking the SMT data to see if Ryan lost it coming to pit road. The pit stop wasn't bad, but a number of cars in front of them, Steve, went fuel only, and that's really put Ryan Newman in a spot where all of a sudden, a moment ago he was above, now all of a sudden he's below the cut line by 8.
Well, you mentioned it. Is it positions of the racetrack or just points? We know the 12 gamble. Jeff documented it. So a couple guys gambling, getting conservative, 25 to go. Not time to be conservative.
Next Sunday on NBCSN, round 2 in the NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series playoff starts from Dover International Speedway. That race coverage from Monster Mile will begin at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Make sure to join us. Again, that's the start of round 2. 12 drivers will be fighting to keep their playoff hopes alive. Kevin Harvick still leading and now has a 7-second lead over Mark Truex Jr. He's put quite a bit of distance between himself and that 19 car.
Yeah, gained a couple seconds on the pit cycle, but since they've rejoined the racetrack, he's just done it all on the racetrack with great lap times. You see Clint Bowyer here trying to get by the 3 of Dillon. That is for position. Dillon is currently in 5th, Clint Bowyer 6th, Chase Elliott in 7th. Yeah, Clint's going to try to gain that spot, but he knows he's going to lose one to this 9 car very quickly. There you go. Wise decision by Austin Dillon to move out of the way for both those guys.
And I think it's a wise decision for...
Let him go, let me see you. 1 back, still 1 back, still 1 back. All clear, all clear, all clear. Beat a man here.
I like to see that out of that 14, right? Just don't, because Chase doesn't want to hit you, but if you force him to drive in next to you, what if he makes a mistake, right? At the end, it's going to cost you points.
It's teamwork. That's your spotter, understanding the situation. He got that information from the crew chief, just related to Clint. Right now, it's about calmness. It's just you're doing everything you need to do.
And that lap out of Chase Elliott, the fastest one on the racetrack. You currently see the playoff leaderboard on the left side. William Byron quietly running in the 3rd position at plus 19. Bowyer 18. The 12, you said that gamble kind of working, right, Jeff? I mean, the 12 looking decent.
Yeah, and while this is going on, Kevin Harvick has yarded Truex. He's 7 seconds in the lead. And I'm impressed by that. Kevin Harvick and that team, they came over here last year. They ran bad. They did not run well at all. That shocked me. I thought this would suit this team, and they just ran poorly. And I talked to Roddy Childress, up 17 around as a caution.
Caution has come out now with under 21 laps to go, which means another restart, and those have been, well, heartburn for a lot of drivers.
So let's see what happened here. Gets into there, locks up the rear tires, spins out harmlessly here. Gasses it up, gets going.
It's the end of a bad, well, not the end yet, but just been a bad week for Stenhouse Jr. Losing his ride, and not being very competitive here this weekend with speed.
Stenhouse Jr. falls out of the top 25 right now in the running order. They will line back up for another restart. So do we see Ryan Blaney on pit road here, Steve?
So the decision really starts in front of Ryan Blaney. I go all the way up to the 8th place car of Eric Almirola. You would think he's fine. He's currently in with 8 points to the good. But can you afford to be the last car on the racetrack with 20 laps to go on old tires? So the first decision has to happen there. Then the pressure instantly moves back in the field. You mentioned Blaney in the 12th car and 15th. I think he must come to pit road. I don't believe you can leave your guy out there on old tires. Ryan Newman all the way back at 23rd. I would do whatever they don't do, Jeff. If they all pit, I'm staying out and let my guy try to defend. The best defender in NASCAR has got to be Ryan Newman.
So Johnny Klossmeyer, crew chief for Eric Almirola, he'll be the first that has to make that big decision. Bert mentioned just moments ago that Harvick had yarded Martin Truex Jr. after those green flag runs. Well, that all disappeared when the caution came out. And so now Kevin Harvick and Martin Truex Jr. will be side by side for the next restart. The question will be, who will come to pit road? How far down this list will we see someone come to pit road to get fresh tires? Still 19 laps to go when they come back around.
I assume the 4th place running driver of Daniel Hemrick was last on pit road at lap 62. I don't believe there's any way that he can make it on fuel. I think the strategy was to do exactly this, run very long, put fresh tires on, and then have the best tires to come through the field, because to his defense, I expect 10th, 12th, 14th on back to come to pit road.
Take a look at the temps. This is Matt DiBenedetto's car, 127, over 127 degrees. Remember, this race started about 3 hours ago. So they have been in that temperature for 3 hours now. And then add on top of that, you get a little upset with somebody. that definitely can't be a good recipe.
So you see, and so a lot of things here. First, the crew chief has to decide you have to come to pit road or not. And then the pressure is squarely on the pit crew guys. They have to execute whatever that strategy, that plan may be. I'd be shocked if we see Harvick, Truex come. I expect to see William Byron and Chase Elliott stay on the racetrack. I think Clint Bowyer in 6th has to stay on the racetrack. I think the pressure really picks up around Almirola in 8th. What will he do? Does he think he needs tires? As we mentioned, there's Hemrick, there's Dillon. We knew they were going to come. Brad Keselowski comes. We see the 88 come to pit road. Blaney comes to pit road, and he drags everyone behind him to pit road. Kelly.
And you mentioned the 88 of Alex Bowman as he works his way down. Remember, he also came to pit road on lap 75, so just 15 laps on these tires. But I guess they feel like their best bet at this point is to get him some fresh Goodyear rubber and see what he can do with it, Dave.
Same thing for Ryan Blaney. He gave up 15th position to come down and put on 4 Goodyear tires and Philip Sunoco fuel. He had to be freed up just a little bit as well. Marty.
When the caution came out, Ryan Newman said, "Thank you, Ricky," to his teammate Ricky Newman, who brought Ricky Stenhouse, who brought out the caution. Newman saying, "I just have nothing left at the end of these runs," and they stall it here on pit road. They'll have to push Newman's cars. Look at all that track position Ryan Newman is losing. A moment ago, they were in the playoffs, Rick, and all of a sudden, all going wrong for the 6 team.
And right there, driver mistakes. I think, Burton, you brought it up earlier.
Sorry about that. That's all me.
It shows you the importance of pit stops and how important and what a big role they play in this sport. And it's not just the guys changing the tires and jacking the car up, putting fuel in it. It's also the driver.
Now we're going to have a restart with Ryan Newman desperate at the very back of that field. It'll be fun to watch what he's going to try to do.
Most tracks, I would say, his goose is cooked. But with the restarts today, I might say, you know what? Maybe that's better than 5 or 6 spots up. Maybe he'll be the only one that gets through.
Yeah, I might be holding that.
Well, let's dig into the restarts here.
I'd be selling right now.
Yeah. Well, why, Ryan Newman, do you have a shot? Well, we just saw Chase Elliott run off the end of the racetrack, and we talked about he's going faster at any point than he is on a regular lap. Here he is. On one side of the screen, he's in the restart zone, already 70 miles per hour. On the other side, 65 miles an hour on a normal lap. Well, look at what they are at the start-finish line. Here they are, start-finish line. Chase Elliott, 109 on a restart and 91 on a normal lap. So that is a huge difference in speed, and then as they move into the corner, you can see 124, 113. It's about, on average, 15 mile an hour faster going into turn 1, and that's why you misjudge this corner, and not just for the leader, but the braking zone in the 5th row, in the 6th row, in the 7th row. It's so easy to misjudge it and get into the back of the guy in front of you.
Oh, Rick, 19 to go. It's going to be exciting. Kelly.
Quick update on the #1 car of Kurt Busch. They had another lengthy pit stop as they worked to fix some of the damage on the right front, so they took their time working on that and also set Kurt up with some 4 fresh Goodyear tires. But a lengthy stop, he's trying to catch up to the back of the field now.
And I know it's going to sound silly. I was kind of joking about the restart, but if I'm the one of Kurt Busch, I'd just stay out of the mess. The only path for him is a big wreck. I mean, he's not going to make up all these points.
And we wrote off Alex Bowman earlier in the race, but here he is, 13 points out with tires. Not out of this just yet.
Harvick and Truex making up the first row. Harvick has had some great restarts already. We'll see how he does this time. As they come out of the restart zone, Harvick again Another good restart now. Martin Truex Jr. shifts over to the inside.
Bowyer
Three wide. Bowyer, what a move he makes.
And everybody on his pit box held their breath with that move. He made it work.
Bowyer aggressively. Now he's moved up to third. William Byron running fourth. Chase Elliott is fifth.
See Bowyer's teammate, Eric Almirola, under attack from the outside, from the inside. He knows he can't give up points.
Contact there.
Look at the momentum lost by the 10 car. Now Matt trying to take advantage of it.
Every position a point on the left side. You see 10, only 7 points above. The 6 car 7 points below. That's 7 spots on the racetrack.
Bowman has made up a lot of ground on this restart.
This is going to get tight going down into the chicane. Nobody's going to lift at this point in the race.
Oh, and there you see it. The 12, Blaney smoking the tires.
Big lockup. That could be a flat spot.
Huge lockup and a great job not to wreck with that much lockup.
He's only 8 points above the cutoff line.
That could be a season-changing save right there.
Or a season-changing mistake. Yes. I agree with Dale. That as long as that tire was locked up, it's going to shock.
Oh, Newman gets shoved into the... Oh, man, he just barely saved it right there. He got a shove into that chicane by the 21 car. Really close to missing the chicane.
The chicanes are full contact, aren't they?
They have been today.
He's only 2 points out right now.
Bowman 5 points out.
We see right here Ryan Blaney exiting the banking of turn 2 on the oval down the straightaway. Larson takes him 3 wide, and then right here, look how long that tire is locked up. Man, that's a long time.
Oh, the 11 spun out. We got the track spot. Newman's in it. Big problem over here in the infield. Newman is backwards.
Trying to come out of 6, and the caution comes out again. Ryan Preece in the 47 also involved. Not a damage to the 6 of Newman. That right rear quarter panel bent in.
Don't see any damage.
And look at how aggressive now Newman is coming back up. Is there frustration here?
Denny was turned around and Newman checked up. Nobody could really get through that particular part of the track when Denny got sideways. And let's watch on top of the roof of the 11 car on the inside of the 3 here. We just sitting there a little loose, trying to get a little help from behind, hard to see. But he's sideways in the track right here, and a lot of these guys had nowhere to go.
Several times a day we've seen the 11 car around. Yeah, just very loose, get in the corner.
21, 6 back of the 6 runs into the 47.
A lot of impact for that 6 car.
My goodness. Nobody knows where to go.
How durable can these cars be? We saw them running over the turtles. We've seen parts break. Ryan Blaney had a piece of break on his car. They fixed it. He's now currently above that playoff cut line.
Look at the damage the 6 does to the 21. When 21 comes by, just destroys the right side of that car. All these other cars in the grass all have to come pit road. Marty.
Got to tell you, no real panic on the 6 radio. Wow, you can see that right rear fender there for the 6 team. Now to pull that out, fix it as best as they can. Going to get 4 fresh Goodyear tires. And as I mentioned, Scott Gray's very calm on the radio. Ryan Newman, very calm on the radio. They'll see what they can do here. Currently, -5 below the cut line. May not be out of the ball game yet. We'll see what happens. And those new tires, they were coming quick through the field. Everybody up front was talking about how quickly Brad Keselowski was coming through the field.
Following this impact for Ryan Newman and all the work he's going to have to do to get back through, but this battle that's brewing between Eric Almirola and Alex Bowman, you said it. We had written Alex Bowman off. Look at the screen. 2 points, right? And Almirola, he's sitting there. He did not pit. Almirola back in 13th. Every car but one behind him has fresher tires, and he has been under attack, Kelly.
And Alex Bowman knows the situation. The team has told him. They told him who he is racing with for that final playoff spot. Remember, qualified on the front row, had to start from the rear after he crashed with a minute to go in final practice in a backup car, and he just might make it in, Marty.
And they know the situation they're in for Eric Almirola. 16 to go. Here they are, +2 above the cut line. You mentioned it, Jeff. Everyone behind them pretty much has fresher tires. They told Eric, do the best you can. They also updated him about the 88. He made his way through the field. He is ahead of them right now. They are the ones below them on the cut line. So if the 88 can gain any more spots, the 10 could be in trouble.
And again, if it's a tie, the advancement goes to the one with the better finish in the round. Right now, Alex Bowman has a 6th place finish. That was the Las Vegas finish, so he is better than the 10. The best finish for Eric Almirola was 13th or 16th. Let's take a look at today's lap leaders, brought to you by Simbicort. You see Chase Elliott, 29 laps led. Harvick, 24 laps led. William Byron, 23 laps led already.
So that 88 that needs to gain a couple points, not only is he in the 8th position, but look at this. Last on pit road, lap 90, fresher tires than Suarez, fresher tires than Elliott, Byron, Boyer, not to mention a couple teammates up there with Elliott and Byron that I don't think would hold him up if he could advance, versus Almirola, you drop all the way down in 13th. He has, last time at lap 76, well, how about behind him? Buescher, Dylan Logano, they're gonna be coming on fresh tires.
We'll try it again. Harvick on the inside, Martin Truex Jr. on the outside, Boyer and Byron behind them. Front group makes it through. Aggressive move by Kurt Busch. Gains a couple spots through turn 1. Harvick trying to pull away now. Martin Truex Jr. running 2nd. Clint Boyer again up to 3rd, and Chase Elliott has moved up to 4th ahead of the 24.
See, Alex Bowman's done a nice job on this restart. Almirola, not quite as good of a job. Right now, I think they are essentially tied. I think Eric Almirola's lost a few spots, and Bowman's done a really nice job and in good position down here in this rear chicane.
Yeah, the tiebreaker right now would go to Alex Bowman. You see that they are tied right at the cut line.
Oh, this is going to get tight. Somebody's got to lift right here. William Byron, young driver, decided to lift.
Well, wisely, William Byron is 14 points to the good. He needs that information, right? With 15 laps to go. 14 points. Just if you got to give a spot up here or there, kind of protect, stay going in the right direction. The 88, he's going to have to push the issue a little bit more. Let him go by.
And they work through the front stretch chicane. Now down to 14 laps to go from the Roval.
I think it's the same information I would be giving the 14 of Clint Boyer. The 9 of Chase Elliott is on his rear bumper. He has more to gain. You have more to lose. Let him go for the 3rd position.
And nowhere in the shot is the 10 car of Eric Almirola. He has fallen all the way back to 17th. Joey Logano just got by. Kurt Busch got by. Buescher got by. Marty.
Just so help us for this 10 team sitting there. They now know they are -4. And actually Ryan Newman, you see there, just moves ahead of them by 1 spot. Steve, what a helpless feeling that must be, not only for the driver, but for Johnny Klossmeyer on top of the box. They couldn't have pitted their spin on the racetrack.
Right over here, keep going when you can.
41
Suarez around.
Looks somewhere over in the infield. I think somewhere around turn 6, he slid all the way over to the area of the track that's not used. And you mentioned, or you heard Marty mention the 6 of Ryan Newman. Well, look at the chaos in front of him. He's got to drive it. He has no choice. He has to drive off in here, and he does into the chicane. They're 2 wide, 3 wide. Dylan's coming across. Somehow doesn't get run over from behind.
Caution has come out now.
Oh. Yeah, the 41 could not get that car refired. He's still sitting over in this section of the racetrack. And I think if you're Almirola, you got to come down pit road to get tires.
You're bleeding
I don't
points.
know why you didn't do that the time before. You would only get up about 8 or 10 spots.
You're bleeding points at this point. The only chance the 10 has is to come get some tires and put your driver back on offense. With 14 points to go, we could have, what, 14 more wrecks. Pretty easy.
He's 3 points below right now. At least 14 more attempts or 13 more attempts now in turn 1. So the caution has come out. It's the 9th caution already here at the Roval. Listen to the urgency in Eric Almirola's voice.
I don't have as much grip as all these guys. Oh, we're going to put 4 tires on here, bud. 4 tires. Getting eaten alive by everybody I beat all day. Yeah, bud, calm down. We're going to put tires on here. We are going to have 13 laps to go. There's plenty of time.
So, fair assessment that he doesn't have the grip because he does have the oldest tires of the cars around him. The concern is just what you said, Dale Jr. They needed to do it, a caution before. I love the idea of pitting. It's their only option. But there are 34 cars on the lead lap. Almirola running 16th. I don't think everyone behind him is going to pit. He's going to give up 10 or 15 spots. It's their only choice, but it is going to be a tough road on these restarts on fresh tires trying to make up those spots.
Of course, he might pit and be behind the Rex. You know, that's another, you didn't want to do it now, but maybe this puts you behind the incidents.
So here's the thing. He's going to take the left-hand turn onto pit road. A couple takers behind him, but look at all the cars staying on the racetrack. That's going to bury him deep, deep in the field. Marty.
Well, Steve, to your point, the only card that Johnny Klossmeyer really had to play, Eric Almirola, you heard the desperation on the radio. They need to do something here. So they're going to put 4 fresh Goodyear tires on. And with all the cars that did not come down, they're going to be, you're right, back in the 30s on this restart. We'll see what he can gain for track position. For what it's worth, Ryan Newman, the guy he's fighting for that last spot in the playoffs, Newman gained 6 spots in 1 lap when he put on fresh Goodyear. So we'll see what happens here. Going to be a restart with about 10 or 11 to go, Rick.
And the 88 and the 6 separated by 1 point for the final transfer spot. We'll be back to the restart. Kevin Harvick leading NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series Bank of America Roval 400 as we're getting ready for a restart, and now the focus goes to that cut line. Who's going to advance in the playoffs?
It starts with the 88 of Alex Bowman, currently in the 6th position. Good news, a point above. Bad news, already running 6th. Not sure how much better he can improve, Jeff.
And then we go down to the 6th of Ryan Newman. Ryan Newman, although normally running back where he's running in 21st would be a bad thing, but that means he has a lot of opportunity to pass cars. Alex Bowman, it's going to be much tougher to pass the quality cars in front of the field.
Then you have Eric Almirola in 29th place. He's 16 points out. He just needs to pass cars and pass them as fast as he can with those new tires.
Watch those points. They're going to change quick, Rick.
They are, and keep your eye on turn 1. It's been tricky. Come back to the restart. 11 laps to go. Harvick, Truex, back into the gas. Contact made as they go into 1.
See Ryan Newman at the back of the screen. He drove it in 3 wide. That yellow and black car. That's 4 spots right there. Now it's back even. That's how it's going to be for the next 11 laps.
Bowman trying not to give up the spot to the 24 of William Byron as they run up there almost side by side. Here comes Byron. Now Bowman stays up, almost gets into the back of the 2.
Yeah, that was tough right there.
Back onto the high bank.
The 1 spins the 37 off turn 8. Smoke everywhere. Does everyone get through? The 13, there's Newman.
Caution again.
Through.
Wow.
And we mentioned it. at the beginning of the show. Anywhere on the racetrack was a difficult part of the racetrack.
So 14 wrecks and 14 laps. Now we only need 13 to get the.
Goodness.
Someone's talking about no water pressure there.
Pressure is okay.
Damage to the front of the 6. More damage.
Twice now, Rick. They had it on the restart earlier. He said, I hit the nose again. He said, I still have water pressure. I mean, this literally is a race of survival, Steve, for the 6. Right now, they're -4, but he is gaining spots on almost every restart. This is crazy.
He's gaining spots, but he better understand that the front bumper doesn't have really any more impacts in it. He's going to have to protect it for the last 11 laps. He may still have water pressure, but it doesn't look like he would take too much of a hit to knock the radiator out.
If there's one positive for the 6 of Ryan Newman, his car looks better than what Kyle Larson's car looked like last year, trying to stay alive. As we see the 37 go around of Buescher, but you see it back in the smoke. The one of Kurt Busch was there.
Yeah, just some contact there or something coming on that transition up onto the NASCAR 1. Here's a 6 trying to avoid all this. He's going to get in the back at 47. Pretty hard.
You can't see those cars in front of him at all. Has no idea where they are. You see the 11 and the 10 got together as well. Further back in the... So much smoke. Drivers have no idea what's going on around them.
Good job by Buescher to do a little spin and keep digging. Didn't lose too many spots.
Now that all that damage, 2 cars, that was an advantage to Eric Almirola, because some of those cars got to come down pit road, and that will be cars that he can pass. Marty.
And guys, this is where it's tough on NASCAR. Ryan Newman is saying he should be in front of a few cars in front of him. Obviously, he's going to say that, but he said, I honestly was in front of them. So if they go back to the last loop, does Newman then maybe gain a spot or 2? Right now, he's -2 below the cut line, but he's saying, I should be in front of some of these cars.
And that's what NASCAR will do. They'll go back to the last loop when the caution came out where they were running. They were arguing all the way around the track.
They've been arguing about that for 75 years in NASCAR. I was here, I was there.
The beginning of time. And what is this? Are we going to bump the 8 a little bit here?
He has a little grass on the grill still from the 17 car, Rick, so he thought he would take that opportunity to use the bumper from Hemrick to try and get a little off if he could. Why not?
Let's watch Eric Almirola here try to get through this accident. There you see Eric's car spinning out there in front of him, slows down, goes to the high side. Oop, sees that 1 car, let's go low. Oh, almost gets into the 11 car. Had plenty of time to react for all that.
I don't think he saw that 1 car initially. There's so much smoke, I don't think he knew he was there. Let's see what they had to say.
We need to be within 6 spots of the 88. Right now, him and the 6 are 9 and 11 points ahead of us. We need like 12 spots from where we are right now.
And the tough part about it is Alex Bowman's running in 6th. I mean, he's how many more points can he gain? He's going to have to really work hard to get by some very, very fast cars to just gain a couple points. Almirola in 24th, Newman in 22nd. They could gain a lot of positions and really easily knock Bowman out.
I think Bowman needs to understand Bowyer's situation. Bowyer doesn't want any part of it, right? He'll give you the spot. He does not want you to be put in a bad position. I'd be sending that message to Bowyer right now. Listen, I got to go. I'm going to be pushing the issue. If I get there, you better not hold me up.
Restart when we come back to the Roval. Been a very busy pit road near the Mobil 1 Peacock pit box today. Coming up right after the race will be local news except on the West Coast. Of course, you will hear the race winner's interview here. And then for more post-race coverage, move over to NBCSN. You'll find out the playoff information, the 12 drivers that are going to be fighting for that championship that's out in front of them. Victory lap also on NBCSN still later tonight. Adding a lap, sounds like trying to make sure that everyone is in their proper positions. We're coming up on 8 to go.
One big concern for all of these drivers, all the way up to Clint Bowyer, who's 16 above, is the number of the cars on the lead lap. The reason I mention that, with over 30 cars on the lead lap, you take the white flag. I mean, the white flag, think you're home free. Flat tire, miss a chicane, get run over, anything happens, the last 2.5 miles could eliminate you from the playoffs.
It really could. And all these caution laps are hurting Eric Almirola. He needs this thing to go green. He's got to go pick up a ton of spots. He's going to need every lap he can get. So continuing to be under caution is hurting him. Marty?
Hey, Jeff, when we went to commercial break, you noticed Ryan Newman was below the cut line. He is all of a sudden above the cut line. They won their protest. They actually gained 4 spots in that when NASCAR reordered the field. They moved from 21st to 17th and went from 1 below the cut line to +3. So they were correct. He was not in the right spot. And also look on this restart. Who's right in front of him? His teammate Ricky Stenhouse Jr. I'm quite sure he'll play nice to his teammate and maybe help him get another point as well.
And I think Newman has a great shot at, if not holding that position, gaining a few spots. And Bowman, I'm not as confident that he can gain the positions he needs. And how critical now is that mistake in practice, spinning out late, going to a backup car, losing that front row spot, not gaining any stage points. Even if he has a great finish, he's not going to be able to move forward if Newman can maintain this track position here at 17th.
You mentioned great finish. In lap 65, Chase Elliott had the lead, took the restart, and went straight into the barriers in the old Tums heartburn corner of turn 1. Well, he has driven completely back to the field. No strategy call here, just a fast race car all the way to the 3rd position. He's gaining on every restart, and now he will have that preferred inside lane into turn 1. I know we're talking a lot about playoffs. I think Chase Elliott's thinking victory lane, so playoff points and some momentum into the round of 12.
And Clint Bowyer's worst nightmare right now is Alex Bowman, and here's why. Clint Bowyer has done his job today. He's gotten stage points. He's the highest on stage points. He's done everything he needs to do. Very, very calm. But he's got a guy behind him that's desperate. He knows, Alex Bowman knows that he's got to go find spots. He knows the 6 is in position to go get more spots. And the 10 car back there is in position to get more spots. So Alex Bowman has a completely different mindset than Clint Bowyer. Clint Bowyer wants calm, easy, let's get this thing done. Alex Bowman needs about 4 spots if he's going to transfer.
Yeah, I mean, sitting there in 6th place, and I think he needs more than 4. I think he needs to win this race because these spots that the 10 of Almirola and Newman are going to gain, I believe, are going to be too much.
Truck's out to put speedy drive down.
We're hearing that there is some fluid on the backstretch, and so this definitely not good for Eric Almirola. It's another lap at least that he won't be able to fight for more positions, more points.
He's furious.
Yeah, I would advise Eric to be calm on the radio.
That sounded like a guy from experience.
Yeah, I've gotten loud over the radio over these long cautions late in the race, and they'll drag you in the trailer for that.
There they are. There it is, putting the speedy dry down in NASCAR turn 1.
So they will put the speedy dry down, then they'll blow that off, and we'll have another race start. with the fluid being put down and the cleanup having to take place, NASCAR has red flagged the race so that no more laps are run off. And so they will clean that track up. We're hearing that the 52, Garrett Smithley, he had an issue and a rear end, maybe an axle or something that he had a problem with. And so maybe some rear end grease that was down on the track. You see the right rear tire all shiny, so some fluid coming off of that car.
Yeah, the axle cap looked like it was missing. The axle will come out, so won't the rear end grease. So you mentioned how hot it is today. Drivers, you've always told me the absolute worst time on a hot day is a red flag sitting in the car with no air to move.
118 is what I'm seeing on the thermometer here inside the car for Matt DiBenedetto. You see him take a really big, deep breath right there.
Well, not only the heat, but you guys know that with that heat and the stress that many of these drivers are under, that makes it even that much hotter. They don't want to sit here and think about it. They wanted to go do it, and now they're having to sit in this hot race car with 7 laps to go, a season on the line, and without being able to do anything about it. It's just horrible. It's a horrible position to be in. They just want to go and drop the green flag and do what it is they need to do.
Let's go to Marty.
And Rick, you can kind of get the sense that this red flag kind of gives even the crew chiefs who have been under pressure all day long, like Scott Graves, a moment to kind of decompress. How's the blood pressure right now?
Yeah, it's settled a little bit. Man, it's been up and down all day. It's a crazy day here, the way this has gone. Unfortunately, we haven't been as good as we need to be, so we're putting it all on Ryan right now here till the end. So he's done a good job, obviously, keeping it up there. We got caught in a couple little wrecks. Looks out like everything's clear, tires are clear, and we're just going to give it a go here, see what we got.
How glad were you guys that you persisted that we weren't in the right spot there for this restart because it gained you 4 spots?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everything as close as it is, obviously, is we need every spot we can get. So you got to do that when you don't think you're in the right spot, and luckily that one we got a couple back where we put back in place where we needed to be, and it's going to help here.
So how worried are you about the damage? Ryan mentioned he still has water pressure, so you think it'll live for the rest of the race?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is now. It's looking at the damage here, we got the laps we got left. We've got what we got here. We know if we come in and work on it, it's going to be over for us. So we'll make it work here. That right front might have a little bit of a rub, but I think we'll be all right.
They have done a fantastic job. Ryan, the entire team, Kelly, they're in a spot now to advance. We'll see if they can follow through.
And Marty, it's been a remarkable recovery for Alex Bowman, crew chief Greg Ives, and this 88 team to even get back into a spot where you can contend to move forward in the playoffs. But you've got 3 more spots to make up. He's running 6. That is not an easy task. What do you want to see out of him these last 7 laps?
Well, we haven't done a really good job of picking up the easy points today, so we tried to do it all the hard way. We're looking at passing 5 really fast race cars, and I feel with the fresher tires we have and determination, hopefully we can go out there and get it. 6 cars not in a great spot with damage, and I hate micromanaging what other people's points are, and I rather go after get what I can, so that's what we're focused on.
How have you guys been able to maintain your composure so well? Because at times it looked like you guys were really out of this.
I think that's one of my my key traits as a crew chief is just trying to stay calm, and when emotions start to get high, and it's just it's tough racing in this sport already. You don't want to make it tougher on yourself by getting yourself mentally out of shape.
All right, Dave, 7 laps to go. They're hoping the fresher tires on the 88 will pay dividends to close this out.
Yeah, we'll check in with the 14 camp now with Mike Bugger-Ravage. First of all, your guy's been sporty today. How impressed are you with what he's done?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a great Rush Truck Center's Ford Mustang all weekend long. It started all with a good qualifying effort. Boys have put in a lot of effort on the car, and Clint's done a great job all day. Stuck to our plan, got the 2 stages, got a bunch of points, so kind of kept us sitting pretty here, and things have worked out for us in the end here. We're up front, so we just want to play it smart and finish it out here. We're plenty to the good right now, so as long as we can finish it out here, we should be in good shape.
You got the very hungry 88 restarting behind you. What does he do with him?
You just got to be smart with him there. If he's hungry and going for it, you just let him go. Giving up that 1 spot isn't going to take us out of it, and he obviously knows he needs a couple points to get in. So just got to race him smart here and take care of the car.
All right, thanks, Mike Bugger-Ravage. Restart coming up. Rick?
Thank you, Dave. Interesting turn of events. Under the red flag, the 18 of Kyle Busch, he decided that he wasn't going to sit there on the track anymore. He was 3 laps down, and he decided, I'll just bring it into the garage. So he turned around and went backwards down pit road, pulled it into the garage, and now he's out of the car, and he'll be watching the end of this race.
He can't gain or lose, so get out of town. We talked about the hot day. Kyle Busch, he got out of his race car. Well, look how warm it is, 116 degrees now with no air movement in the 95, and the race leader, Kevin Harvick, trying to get a little bit of fluid from his drink, shakes it around, that sad feeling when there's nothing left in it. Well, be creative. Says, I think there's some ice in here. That would feel pretty good. So, hey, whatever it takes at this point to kind of get ready. Cool yourself down. You know, it sounds silly. You know, driver comfort is not just to help their comfort. It's to help the improvement of the race car. A comfortable driver is going to do a better job.
Marty.
And there you see officials taking water bottles to the drivers who are on the racetrack under this red flag with 7 to go. Ryan Newman obviously fighting for his season in 2019, but says, I'm going to need some help after the race. Here's what he told the team a moment ago on the radio.
Guess they ran out of water today. Need a whole bunch of ice water, and I mean a whole bunch to cool my body off after I get out of this car.
Jeff, when you sit under a red flag like this, I mean, it's almost worse as a driver, right? All that heat just kind of billows up in the car. There's no air moving in the car, and Ryan Newman certainly feeling that right now. He's been battling for the playoffs all afternoon long, but you feel it a lot more when you sit under a red flag like this.
And nothing to take your mind off of it, Marty. That's the thing. You know, when you're driving the race car, you get into that rhythm, and it's competition. But when you're just sitting there, it's, you know, you're sitting in that car that's that hot. We just showed the thermometer how hot it is inside those race cars, and there's nothing to take your mind off of it. You just cannot find a way to get away from it.
Coming up on 6 o'clock here on the East Coast. And a reminder, we will hear from race winner. And then here on NBC, it'll be local news except on the West Coast. They're firing engines back up. Post-race coverage, interviews with playoff drivers. That'll be on NBCSN as well as Victory Lap. But we will give you all the information of what has taken place in this, the elimination race of round 1. Only 12 drivers advance.
You said it the best, the elimination race. There's been 2 other races where you could have got a position, could have got a point. Dale, you brought up the 88's mistake that put him behind. Missed those easy points, as Greg Ives just mentioned. No easy stage points. They're trying to do it the hard way. Well, now 6th for Bowman. Can he find a way to go up and maybe even win the race, the guaranteed way through? We've seen crazier things happen here at the Roval.
Been a wild one. Bowman hit some issues, obviously having to go to the back of the field, put him in this position, and blocked up the rear brakes, getting into that chicane, spun out.
And look at all these guys, all these playoff drivers on this restart. A lot of them collected each other, have damage. Alex Bowman again, one of those guys with trouble. Eric Jones, that ended his playoff opportunities.
Larson wins the first stage and then has a penalty on pit road, working on the car as he's pulling out of the stall. Not allowed to do that.
This battle between Bubba Wallace and Alex. Alex was tired of being told he was number 1 out the window and sent him around.
Ryan Blaney hit the wall, broke rear end mounts in the car, and had to come to pit road to make some of those repairs and get that fixed. Very good job by the team to do that.
Chase Elliott, as the leader, drives in too deep into turn 1, nose first into the barriers. We thought his day was over. He's running 3rd, by the way, now.
Hey, Ryan Newman's been the show. Not on purpose. Got a couple wrecks here. He's really used up that race car. Looks like he's been at Martinsville. Here's another issue. Getting in the back of the 47, trying to avoid this crash. He's still in it. Still in one piece, trying to figure out how to get that 6 car closer to the front.
How about this, guys? You know, is that rain?
It is.
Oh, wow. Boy. I mean,
yeah, a little bit north of here, there is rain and a rainbow. But the sun's still shining here on the Roval. You mentioned the issues that Ryan Newman has been in today and still in it. Yeah, 3 points to the good. He is 3 points above the cutoff line. That red flag took 8 minutes, 22 seconds as they come up. Now we're getting ready for the restart. It will be 6 laps to go. Want to listen in to Alex Bowman's communications.
Everybody's aware of our situation, so we just got to go get as many spots as we possibly can. That's all we can do. You know, the 24's got to maintain as well. He's only a couple up, and you know, 9 has a fast enough car to go win. So it's on us. That's how we always want it, right?
So not only is it on you, what happens when rain gets in the area and you got to make something happen right now? You know, rain's right there off of turn 3 and 4. We don't know if it's coming, but it's really, really close. I just looked at one weather report and said 5 minutes away. So you have to relay that information to your driver and say, hey, we might have rain. You're going to have to push the issue here.
I think if I'm the crew chief for the 88, I'm telling Alex Bowman it's time to put all your chips in. Second ain't going to do it.
Yep.
And these last few restarts, he's not been able to really gain any positions. Restart 6th again. He's got to make something happen if he wants to go into the next round of the playoffs. When something happens, it means win the race. You got to win the race.
We're about to see how aggressive Alex Bowman will get. What will Clint Boyer do? He's running up here as well. Harvick, Martin Truex Jr. Green flag back in the air. 6 laps to go.
Ryan Newman up through the middle on this restart, trying to gain as many positions as he can.
3 wide. I'm coming through, boys.
Racing his teammate. And now a little bit slower as Ricky Stenhouse Jr. able to surge ahead of Newman.
Yeah, Newman missed that corner a little bit. Gathered it back up. Now back behind Stenhouse.
88 takes a spot here from the 2 and Brad Keselowski.
Now Clint Boyer needs to recognize what the 88's about right now.
Oh, 2 back to the outside. Just not aggressive enough on the 88. I don't know if the tires are sort of neutralizing a little bit.
And the battle for the lead is heated up. Chase Elliott in the 9 has got to the rear bumper of Harvick. He is here. Can he recover from the earlier mistake?
That is amazing.
We have seen Chase Elliott be very aggressive in these chicanes. He has outbroken numerous drivers today. Let's see what he does here on the backstretch chicane.
And he puts the pressure on that 4.
Well, then look who's in 4th, the 88 of Alex Bowman. No one can use the win more.
The 9's all over the 4. Chase Elliott to the outside.
To the outside. This will be the inside of the chicane coming up. What a move by the 9 car. He's going to take the lead.
For the race lead, Chase Elliott. Does he get it? Through the chicane he goes. Chase Elliott's up front. 5 laps to go.
That is amazing. Chase Elliott in the wall on a restart. Now driven back to the lead.
Here comes Truex fighting for second.
Bowman,
Bowman's going to make it 3 wide.
Got to do it. Got to make it work. Alex Bowman showing right there. That pass got him 2 points behind.
Bowman running in the 3rd position.
Yeah, Bowman's got to get aggressive. He's got to run here. Oh, he's going to dive down in there.
You got to take it. You can't worry about the 4's feelings here. You know you're going to upset him, but you got to race for the win. Can he beat him off the corner?
Should have a lot of momentum on corner exit. There you go. Got that spot.
That's a position and a point. 1 point now separating for that playoff position.
Like I said, he has to win this race. Now can he catch the 9 car that's been the fastest car on the racetrack?
And that's how far it is in front for Alex Bowman as he dives into that backstretch chicane. Closing the gap on the 9 of Chase Elliott.
Well, look at the bottom of your screen. Ryan Newman, he's trying to pass positions, but the 10 of Aric Almirola has got to his rear bumper. Now he's to his outside. Ryan Newman trying to manage both positions. Newman runs them up the racetrack side by side. They'll go into the front stretch chicane.
And that's the preferred position to be on his right as they go into this front stretch chicane. Let's see what Newman does with it.
Wow. These guys, oh, the 10 has to be aggressive.
Contact made twice as they go through that chicane.
Look at that. 1 point. The 6 car is 1 point to the good right now. And Almirola has a lot of ground he's got to make up.
Yeah, he's got to get by Newman and then some.
But Newman can't give up a position because that would put him in a tie. And where Bowman is running, that would be the tiebreaker.
Oh,
big slide.
Since Bowman is running right now in 2nd, that would be the highest finishing position in this round if it were a tie. Marty.
And remember, Aric Almirola has much fresher tires than Ryan Newman. Now, they may have equalized a little bit with that red flag, but Almirola feels like they can get past Newman, and that would put Newman into a tie situation, as you guys mentioned with the 88.
A little bit of smoke up in front of him.
Yeah.
a beat-up race car.
Like the 48, maybe?
Matt Benedetto or Jimmy Johnson.
The chicane brings the 10 of Eric Almirola right back to the bumper. Oh, but a mistake by the 10. Loses some ground on corner exit. He was right to the bumper. And we're coming to 3 to go, and he's got to pick up spots now. He needs 8 positions.
Just going to be impossible to do without some sort of major incident.
1.5 seconds separating 1 and 2, under 3 laps to go. This was that mistake by the 10 of Eric Almirola.
Wow. Hit the wall there?
I did.
Yeah, it's close.
Giving it everything he's got. But he's right back to him. He does have a better car. Those fresher tires Marty reported on are paying dividends. You mentioned it, Rick. Under 3 to go. He's closing into a car length in the slow infield section. Slipping and sliding. Can Ryan Newman protect?
The front ends look the same. It looks like Eric Almirola has gotten into the back of another car as well. So the 10 and the 6 front ends look the same. The 6 cannot let anyone pass him.
Yeah, Bowman cannot catch the leader. Still a second and a half back, but their team is watching this battle right here, hoping that the 10 can get by this 6 car.
Bowman a second and a half behind that leader you mentioned, but how about the 9 and the 88? Both a second faster than everyone in the field, but it might be too late for the 88. I think his hopes land in the hands of Eric Almirola, and can he pass Ryan Newman?
That's the battle for the transfer spot. Oh, and he smokes the tires! Does he miss it?
Chicane.
He missed the chicane. He's going to have to stop.
He absolutely missed it. It looked like all 4 tires missed the red and white. We'll see what NASCAR has to say. What does Newman do? Does he decide to stop or put it in the hands of NASCAR?
Definition of missing the chicane is having all 4 tires on the non-racetrack side of that red curve.
Well, the 10 slides the tires pretty big right there.
Stop and go. That's it.
He's being told stop and go, but he didn't this lap by, so that means he'll probably have to do a pass-through. Under 2 laps to go.
Dale Jr., Jeff Burton, you talked about the chicanes and how tough they were. You look right here. Look at the left sides. Clearly inside the white and red curbing. That is the definition, as you just said, of missing the chicane. A huge mistake from Ryan Newman.
Just pushing so hard. The 6 are going to have to serve a pass-through penalty right here.
All right, so that takes the 6 out of it. All right,
out
the 10 car.
Yes.
The 10 car is a car we need to pay attention to. He's 6 behind the 88.
Can he get 6 spots in the last 2 laps?
And does the 88 not make a mistake and stay up there in second?
The 88, he has such a lead on the car behind him. There's just no need for him to make a mistake right here. So
but does he know?
First thing we have to do a pass-through for missing the back chicane.
Yeah, I think if you're the crew chief or spotter for that 88, you tell him, look, if you can't catch the leader, just don't miss a chicane.
Cannot make a mistake. You're in a good spot here. Once the 6 serves this penalty, you're going to be in a good shape.
And I am surprised by the inability of this 10 car to make up this ground with these new tires. I really anticipated the speed to come back to this 10. He's had it all day.
White flag has been displayed for the 9 of Chase Elliott.
Oh, there's
Under
a
lap to go, a big crash.
Big crash.
Suarez, a lot of damage.
Keep digging here. They've got the white. Keep digging.
And he keeps rolling. Again, race leader has already seen the white flag as Suarez will go around again.
That'll be should be a spot for Almirola, right?
Is he going to be able to keep rolling?
Go, 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 go.
Again, Chase Elliott with a 2.9 second lead over Alex Bowman. They keep rolling. Now Chase Elliott back up onto the 1.5 miles. Goes into turn 1 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
What a recovery, Rick. Lap 65, the 9 goes straight into the barriers. The team tapes up the hood. No gimmicks, no strategy. He drives all the way through the field, passing every car on the racetrack to take the lead in the closing laps.
And Steve, I'm going to tell everybody listening, during the commercial break, you looked over here and said, Chase Elliott still wins this race. We all said you were crazy. You were right.
That car looked so good through traffic, Rick.
Chase Elliott out of turn 4. He'll make the last chicane. And Chase Elliott put on a dominating performance today. He'll win at the Charlotte Roval.
That's the way, bring it home. Let's go, boys, go! Yeah, that's it, son. You're the man.
And that fight for the last position is looking like it's going to go to Alex Bowman. Bowman with his 2nd place finish looks as though he'll have enough points to advance to the round of 12. Chase Elliott wins in the Monster Energy Cup Series playoffs. It's his 3rd win of 2019. 2 road course wins for Chase Elliott. Watkins Glen and now the Roval.
Real. Holy moly, what a car. Thank you, guys.
Steve, you walked us through it. What a day it was for Chase Elliott. Made the comment on the restart. That's my fault. It was a mistake. I ran right into the turn 1 barrier. We're going to hear from Chase Elliott, but again, a reminder, coming up next, it'll be local news, except on the West Coast here on NBC. Then for post-race coverage, including interviews with the playoff drivers, will be on NBCSN, as well as that's where you'll hear Victory Lap.
We're watching that battle of the drivers trying to make the playoffs, next round of the playoffs. And when you're watching these races, you think that a bad pit stop doesn't matter, or that a bad restart doesn't matter. These things are decided by 1 or 2 positions. It's crazy how tight it is, and that's why the pressure is so high right now in this sport, because 1 point, 2 points can make the difference between the opportunity to move on and have a shot to win a championship or not.
And impressive as the run was for Chase Elliott today, and it was impressive. I have to hand it to Ryan Newman. I didn't think this team had anything for the playoffs. They showed up. They fell a little short today, but Richmond, they were good. They had speed that they hadn't had all year long, but that's it. There's the unofficial 12. The reset totals. Kyle Busch, Truex, Hamlin up at top with all those points, but Chase Elliott gets a little bit more with today's win.
Alex Bowman, think about that. Alex Bowman, you said it. Junior, you said it. We counted him out with all those early troubles, but think about this moving into the next round. Dover, Talladega, Kansas. He was 2nd in all 3 of those races earlier this year. So Alex Bowman is going to racetracks he's been very successful on.
And remember, win and you advance. He might be low in points. Win and you advance. How about this? Yep.
That's a good space bender once.
Perfect place to do your burnout. Right where you crashed earlier on a restart. He'll burn it down. This victory fueled by Sunoco. Fuel your best. Well, if you can't laugh at yourself, look at that. He's out of the car. And there goes the car.
Oh, no.
And it's going to hit the inside wall.
Well, it has enough damage already. It's going to be fine.
Oh, my goodness. Remember why he did it. Why did he do it there? Because he was leading the race on the restart and did this.
And so, how about the tire barriers?
Yeah.
Like, any other wall, he's done. Day over. The tire barrier, let him continue on.
Let's hear from him, right?
Guys, he's got a dented-in roof, a massive burnout from the tire wall that got him. And the fans are going crazy, proving why this guy keeps getting voted the most popular driver in the sport. Chase, that restart, the tires got up on you. You never checked up. Congratulations. How did you do that?
Holy moly. Did y'all like that? Oh my gosh. What a mistake. Holy moly, you talk about messing something up right here. Don't do that. What a day. Such a fast Napa Camaro ZL1, and honestly, that was the only reason we were able to get back in it. I pretty well blew it and got the cautions at the right time and brought it home. Thank you, guys. Y'all made a hell of a lot of noise right there.
Chase Elliott, your winner here at Charlotte. Congratulations.
What a performance. Remember, continued post-race coverage from Charlotte is next on NBCSN. Coming up on NBC, local news except on the West Coast. And later, Sunday Night Football. Get Cowboys and the Saints coverage starting with Football Night in America at 7 p.m. Eastern. Chase Elliott, 3rd win of the season, wins here at the Roval. Post-race coverage from Charlotte continuing here on NBCSN, and you see the thumbs up he's going to pull that car back around to victory lane. But what an eventful day it was even for Chase Elliott, the race winner.
It started on Friday. Practice was chaotic. Qualifying was chaotic. The Roval, Dale Jr. said it, is the toughest racetrack for these drivers in the entire circuit. It claimed the 9 of Chase Elliott one time into the barrier on a restart, but he said it. Fast, number 9 Chevrolet drove back up through the field. Between him going for the win and Bowman's drive all the way back to second after starting in the back with a backup car.
Climbs out to get that checkered flag. What an amazing racetrack. It's awesome during the summer when you come here and you got a 600-mile race, but how about in the fall when you come here for the Roval race and the chaos that we've seen?
Yeah, 6 car here trying to do everything he can, and oh, he makes a big move there, but caught the 41 by surprise. Hemrick, nowhere to go, big contact.
That was a big hit.
Yeah, it was. And they talked about it.
Suarez trying to figure out what happened. Newman explaining himself.
It's like Alex Bowman and Bubba had a conversation after the race.
Oh,
not very happy.
Not only communication, but Bubba throwing water there in Bowman.
Bowman was down by his car. It obviously was, it was so hot today. We talked about how hot it was. He was down by his car. People were trying to help get him cooled off a little bit.
Ryan's going to get a little help cooling off here as well.
Obviously disappointment from this team, but you see right there, that's the kind of stuff that makes you feel better on a bad day. Family around you. Inside these race cars, and you can't take a break. Alex Bowman's been working really, really hard on his conditioning.
And you don't know, right? Has that worked? Is that what prevailed today? Is that how he found those 5 points to outrun Eric Almirola? That conditioning to stay sharp when it mattered most in those closing laps.
And seeing that condition he was in after the race makes you realize what a great job he did. Like, right, he was able to find a way, to your point, Steve, to make it happen.
So much effort. You can't go back and take apart the effort. Whether it's the car, the pit stops, the strategy, the race car driver's conditioning, it's all in total to what we see. And Ryan Newman right here should be commended. He put Roush Fenway in the playoffs. He put them in position to get out of the round of 16. Blue-collar Ryan Newman once again put in the blue-collar effort.
That car itself, the 6 car, is 10 spots better this year, all year, because, with this addition, not because of, but with this addition of Ryan Newman, the crew chief, a lot of changes.
Yeah, the mistake of missing the chicane was made because that's how hard he had to push to keep it there.
And after some work, Chase Elliott has been able to find victory lane. And his crew is there to celebrate this win and the advancement into the round of 12. The playoffs continue for Chase Elliott. Mr. H, Rick Hendrick right there to celebrate with him. Kelly.
This celebration coming on the heels of that epic burnout, and I can tell you that the team loved that one. Chase, from the moment where he said, I can't believe I did that, putting it into turn 1, to this, how much redemption is this win?
Yeah, holy moly. I don't even know. I mean, I couldn't believe I did that. I mean, that was just so stupid. I mean, if you could, I don't know that you could have done anything more stupid leading this race than what I did right there. And obviously, I was just really pissed off, and luckily our car wasn't too bad. And our Napa Camaro was fast enough to drive back up through there, got the cautions at the right time, and just didn't quit. If there's ever a lesson to not quit, today was the example.
All right, so what does this send the message to the competition, as fast as this hot rod was today and picking up that win here in the first round of the playoffs?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's our last road course, so the biggest thing, I think, is we have 6 more bonus points to continue forward with. So a win's awesome. It doesn't get any better than that. There's no feeling like like winning one of these races. So appreciate all our partners, everybody that helps us on this car. Hooters, Mountain Dew, Kelly Blue Book, Valvoline, Chevrolet. Obviously had great power today to drive back up through there. So what a day. Somebody in the media the other day asked me if this would be like a, like an upset if a guy from Georgia came up here in North Carolina and won. And I never really thought about that, but now that he says that, I kind of like it. So we'll take this one back to Georgia. For me and all my guys here, we're going to celebrate and enjoy it. These wins are too hard to get not to enjoy, and just happy we could overcome a lot of adversity.
And we know they'll be blaring that siren down in Dawsonville, Georgia. Congratulations to Chase Elliott.
Siren. You were down there. You were able to hang out at the pool room.
He is loved in Dawsonville, Georgia. Loved everywhere. You heard the fans here. No shock why he's the most popular driver.
And let's take a look now at the playoff grid, the 12 drivers that will advance into the second round.
I won't lie, Rick, I'm a little concerned trying to handicap the round of 12 after what I saw in the round of 16. Some surprise performances. Not a lot of surprise at the top, maybe a little bit that Martin Truex Jr. went on to win 2 races. Kyle Busch had a decent round, not the best day today, but I mean, Dover, Talladega, Kansas, some 3 very tough racetracks still to come in the round of 12.
The first guy that is out, or at least was the closest to being a part of the top 12, ended up being Eric Almirola. Marty caught up with him.
End of the day, Eric Almirola out by 5 points. And how helpless is that feeling, Eric, sitting there when you realized on that restart everybody behind you had better tires and you were almost, in essence, a sitting duck?
Yeah, it's part of it. You win and lose together as a team, and it's part of it. So I didn't do a good job on the restart, and started getting swarmed, and just couldn't fight off all those guys. So it stinks for sure, but still really blessed and fortunate to be in this position with everybody at Stewart-Haas Racing. Really thankful for Smithfield and everybody at Ford Motor Company. The sun's going to come up tomorrow, and I'm still going to be Eric Almirola. They're not going to take my birthday away, but it's going to sting. It's last year we came out on the good side, leaving the Roval, and went on to have a great rest of the playoffs and finish 5th in the points. I'm still really proud of this race team. We've achieved a lot. Certainly not the way we wanted to go out of the playoffs, but it's part of it sometimes. So we'll move on, and we got the rest of the season. We can still go run up front and try and win some races, and we can still try and finish 5th in the points. We left here tied in the points, and at the end of the season we finished 5th. So I think that's still very feasible, and we'll go from there.
I know there have been ups and downs this year, and there have been frustrating moments this year as well. What do you use the next few races to do to learn so you can be better next year?
Just build. When I think about this year and the disappointment from missing the cut, I can't help but think about the 22 missing the playoffs entirely, and then they come back the very next year and win the championship. So we're certainly going to go home and be disappointed tonight, but we can't let this define us. We're a great race team. We've got a lot of great people at Stewart-Haas Racing, got great sponsors and partners. Like I said, Smithfield, Ford Motor Company, Mobile One, Go Bowling, Valley Tech, everybody that supports our program. So just excited about the rest of the year. Disappointed about not being able to continue on in the playoffs, but we've got a lot to accomplish the rest of the year, and we'll move forward and try and just continue to build for next year. I believe we're still going to have a Ford Mustang next year. We're still going to have the same rules package from what I understand, so we can use these next 7 weeks to really build and get ready for next year.
I look forward to seeing you at Dover.
Thanks.
And that's where they head next, is the Monster Mile. And Steve, we watched this first round, and it was Martin Truex Jr., and now Chase Elliott. Does that give them a little bit of an advantage as we get ready to start second round?
Well, I do think that anytime you can run well and win races, that is momentum. That will be an advantage, not just in real points that they accrued, but just the momentum of it. But I think you have to look at who was unsuccessful. Eric Almirola, we just talked to him. His 3 finishes, 13th, 14th, and 16th. So no top 10s in the first round, and he was eliminated. That was the round of 16. I would imagine when it goes to the round of 12, you need to look at running closer into the top 5. So I expect as the numbers dwindle, the performance is required. It's going to be interesting to see who steps up to try to compete with Truex and Elliott and the guys that are winning the races.
Don't look over your shoulder, Steve, but there's actually a big sign there that says severe weather in the area. So the timing worked out pretty well, obviously getting this one in. Let's bring in the drivers. Jeff Jr., that was an interesting finish. I think now we've seen 2 races here at the Roval, and neither one is disappointed.
Not at all, man. I mean, this is all you could ask for as a NASCAR fan. What we saw today, I'll take 5 more minutes of that anytime. Just a lot of fun, a lot of action, and just when you think you kind of know who's in and who's out or what's about to happen, things change. It turned completely upside down. That 88 car of Alex Bowman couldn't get anything right all day long, and then suddenly in the 3rd stage, they got speed in the car, and then they put him on new tires to be able to be on the offense and drive his car up into 2nd place. I thought it'd take a win to get him in, but then the mistake by Newman on the back straightaway really delivered that team, or sealed the fate of that team to be able to move into the next round. They've got some great results at the racetracks they're going to in the next round as well. So the the emotions in this day, you hear it with Eric Almirola, the emotions, the highs, the lows, the ups and downs. I don't know if it can get any tougher on these guys, these drivers going through these playoffs. It is fun for us to watch, but man, does it work on the nerves of these teams.
You know, you and I have both been in the situations of being the guy that moves to the next round or not. And it's, you put your heart and soul into it, put so much effort, so much desire, and it's heartbreaking when your season ends without an opportunity to win the championship. But now, for everybody, some people came into this race, right, with the pressure off because they knew they were in. It all starts again next week, and that's what's awesome about these playoffs, is that now it goes again, and we saw today 1 point, 1 position in a stage, 1 position at the end of the race. All of that matters, and these drivers know that going to Dover, man. It's just pressure packed. I love this point system because it puts so much pressure on these drivers, and that guy right there, he deserves an award, man. That is awesome to drive that thing in the wall head first and then come back and win the race. That is a great comeback story. Incredible drive.
I hated this format as a driver, but man, do I love it as a race fan, because it's been nothing but exciting from the booth, and this year's no different.
Well, the 88 of Alex Bowman, the 24 William Byron, Ryan Blaney, Clinton Boyer, Kyle Larson, all guys that we didn't talk a lot about throughout the first 2 races because they were in jeopardy. Not in jeopardy anymore. They're on to the round of 12, so they get to keep fighting for a championship, along with Chase Elliott, who wins at the Roval. Now let's go to Krista, Kyle, and DJ.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.